Hello everyone, I'm Robert and welcome to my video on The Witcher 3. Before I get started, I'm going to provide a brief outline for everyone's convenience. I will begin by covering the main story, as well as some side quests that are relevant to certain events and characters. I will also cover dialogue and gameplay related to conversations and cutscenes. Once I have finished with this, I will briefly go over the visual and auditory aspects of the game. This will include things like art direction, animations, and music, to name a few. I also intend to cover gameplay, which will cover combat, tracking, exploration, etc. After all of this, I will briefly go over the downloadable content for the game, as well as some thoughts on the development team and the future of their games. Furthermore, you can expect key plot elements to be revealed for all three Witcher games, and possibly from the books. I will possibly reveal plot elements from other games as well, but I will let you know when and if that happens. So, with all of that out of the way, I will begin with my critique of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. The game begins with a beautifully rendered cutscene showing the invading Nilfgaardian forces battling Temeria's army. Yennefer is shown to be trying to escape the conflict, and we later learn from a letter she sent to Geralt that she intended to meet with him at a village that was inconveniently razed by the Nilfgaardians. The first small issue I have here is, why wasn't Yennefer being escorted by Nilfgaardian troops? If this mission is important to the Emperor, who by the way is the one who sent Yennefer on this mission, why would he send Yennefer to a town that he intended to invade? If he planned on invading, why didn't he send someone with Yennefer to make sure that she would be protected? She seems pretty important to his future plans, and she's kind of high up in the royal court. You could maybe infer that it was a spontaneous decision by the Emperor, and maybe his forces made a mistake here, but I find it kind of odd nonetheless. Anyway, once the cutscene is over, we get this lovely transition from pre-render to endgame, and then quickly into Geralt's dream. This functions as a tutorial as well as a brief introduction to key characters. We get to learn some basic combat mechanics, and then the Wild Hunt appears and freezes everyone, and cuts off Ciri's head. Geralt awakens from his dream and is given the option to share it with Vesemir.
Started in the guest room at Morhen. I was relaxing in the tub, and next to me...
Triss?
Yennefer. Funny, isn't it? She's never been there. Seemed so real in my dream, though.
Geralt mentions here that Yennefer has never been to Kaer Morhen. This is a small something that I will get back to much later in the video, but for now I would just like to point out that it exists. The two of them travel the battle-scarred countryside to an inn at White Orchard, roughly at the center of the area map. They ask the bartender about Yen, and she suggests they talk to the locals. The first people that most players will ask are these two fellows, but they don't take kindly to your mutations and will tell you to fuck off. Here you are given your first chance to use Hex, a Witcher spell that confuses your target and forces them to do what you want. It is important to note that there is a skill related to this ability, which allows you to use Hex for higher level conversations. You use it on this guy, and his friend notices this and shouts to all who will hear, before Geralt tells him to shut up. Geralt then asks a local Gwent player who doesn't know anything but offers up a game. I'll discuss Gwent later on in the gameplay section, but for now I will just say, I prefer dice. Geralt then asks a mirror merchant, who points you towards a local Nilfgaard encampment, and then he vanishes. After that, Geralt leaves the inn only to be confronted by more locals. They want you to know that your Khan is not welcome, and once again you can use Axii to confuse one of them and make the inevitable fistfight easier. After you defeat them, Geralt goes to the Nilfgaardian encampment to speak with their leader. However, he is already engaged in a conversation with a local farmer.
Look at my hands. Look. See the calluses? These are not the hands of an excellency, but of a farmer. So we speak peasant to peasant. How much can you give?
40 bushels. There'd be more, sir, but our lads, the Temerians, that is, took from us earlier.
You will give 30, and that will do. Let us settle on it, and I wish to see the transport soon.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you kindly.
I summoned only the Elderman and the smith, Willis. But it is said he is a dwarf. You are too tall to be him.
I would just like to say that I really like the Nilfgaardians. They always come across as sophisticated and well-mannered, but they also have a good wit about them. For example, when Geralt gets on his high horse and starts moralizing, the commander has a pretty good response.
Buckthorn? I do not know this, but I am not yet fluent in the common tongue.
Probably mastered the basics, though. Hands up. Kill them.
No. First came idioms. Don't play with fire, for example.
That's a pretty nice veiled threat. Anyway, the commander wants us to kill a griffin that has been causing problems for his army, as well as the local townspeople. And after we do that, he will give us the information on Yen. So, we investigate the griffin's nest, gather some seaweed to bait it, and then go get Vesemir. And here we have another small detail that I would like to mention. Vesemir is talking with this local farmer and asking him about nearby farmland.
Good man. Whose field is that, the other side of the river?
By the wood. Boyan Klimmix. Good lad, Master Witcher. Though he...
Yes, this boy. Will he venture out to inspect his grain anytime soon?
What for? Harvest is a long way off yet.
At first listen, you might think that this is a nonsense conversation. However, Vesemir is asking about this because he plans to use the farm to battle the griffin, and he doesn't want anyone to happen upon them and get injured. A nice detail that took me a while to notice, so I thought it worth mentioning. Anyway, Geralt and Vesemir go to the field and bait the beast. Then Vesemir gives Geralt a crossbow. Again, I'll go over this in more detail in the gameplay section, but the short version is that it sucks, and is only good for defeating underwater and airborne enemies. You attract the griffin, kill it, and take its head back to the Nilfgaardian commander.
What the hell is this?
Right.
You take me for a blind man or a fool? This grain is rotten.
I didn't know.
So, a fool. Damn it, you never learn. Military Codex, Article 2, Section 3. For the delivery of defective goods, 15 lashes with a knout. Make it so.
Oh, no! By the gods, no!
I feel as if the game is trying to make me think that the Nilfgaardians are somehow bad because of this. Maybe the punishment is a bit extreme, but the guy didn't even bother to check and make sure his grain was good. Plus, it's not really any of my business. Besides, the game does not allow me to intervene or convince the commander to show mercy. I feel like this would have been a good opportunity to let me convince someone to alter their decision. For example, you could have a series of dialogue choices that, if correctly reasoned, would allow you to reduce the sentence or forgo the punishment entirely. After all, the farmer's probably just an idiot and forgot to check his grain. But no, the most we can do here is refuse the money. Why would I do that? Just to stick it to this guy? Like I said, not my problem. So after the commander tells you that Yen is in Vizima, we return to Vesemir and inform him of what we have learned.
Yennefer's in Vizima. Got a few friends there, so... Something wrong?
Look around. Trouble brewing.
Time we were on our way.
I'll buy some provisions for the journey, then we'll go. Geralt, we should stay out of it, just this once.
This whole scene is okay, but I think it's a missed opportunity. When Vesemir says that we should stay out of it, that seems to be implying that we have some sort of choice. I think it would have been more powerful if it were the player's choice as to whether or not Geralt stands up. If he gets up, a fight breaks out. If he stays seated, Vesemir returns and you both leave. This would reinforce Vesemir's statement about staying out of it, while also conveying to the player that intervening on someone's behalf could possibly go very wrong. Another thing that annoys me is how Geralt is upset over it. And to be clear, I understand that he would be upset, but I feel disconnected from this because it was not something I could control. If I had made the decision to engage, then I would actually be feeling how Geralt looks. It would make me more in sync with the character and make me more prone to consider my actions moving forward.
Be gone, and don't ever come back.
So much for not getting involved. Come on, let's go.
Hands up. Kill them.
Anyway, we leave the inn, and some Nilfgaardians are waiting for us. And they are accompanied by none other than Yennefer. Yennefer is a cunt. In all honesty, I was surprised by this when it happened. I would say that it was an effective and well done subversion of my expectations. Although I am admittedly disappointed that I didn't get to explore Vizima in looking for her. But that's just because I'm a big fan of the first game, it's not really a flaw. Vesemir decides to part ways with us, and we head to Vizima to see the Nilfgaardian Emperor. On the way there, however, we are attacked by Riders of the Wild Hunt. The only problem I have with this scene is how it looks. It's rendered in-game, and I would say that having it be a cutscene similar to the one from the opening would be more effective. Compare this with the scene from Lord of the Rings where Frodo and the elven chick are chased by the ringwraiths. The scene was much more intense by comparison. The slow motion shots, the hands reaching for Frodo, the music. The scene in The Witcher just seems good enough. I just think having it be more intense could help make the hunt more intimidating. After we escape them, Yennefer and Geralt ride to Vizima. Now that was the first section. It may have seemed as though I rushed through it, but that is because I hardly have anything negative to say about it. It's actually my favorite section in the game, and any of the criticisms I had I could easily overlook. There are actually some really great side quests too that I didn't even mention. Overall, I think that White Orchard is an excellent tutorial area, and it does a perfect job of preparing you for what you'll be doing through the majority of the game. Now, on to some bigger issues. The next scene begins with Geralt taking a bath, while being assisted by 3 young maidens. He is then interrupted by a porter who informs him that it is time for a shave. Geralt sits in the barber's chair, and the player is given the choice to either question this or say, fine. Now, these people have been very kind to me so far. They have given me a bath with some lovely ladies, and now are offering me a free shave. I would not want to be an asshole, so I decide to go along with them and select fine.
Fine. Then what? Gonna do my nails too?
This is a good time to highlight a problem I have with the dialogue system. Your responses are greatly condensed in the selection section, to the point where you cannot be sure what you will actually say. It reminds me a bit of Fallout 4, but at least that game has 4 dialogue options that lead to the same result instead of just 2. Anyway, during the shave, you are questioned by one General Morhen Vorus. General Vorus wants to know what you did during the second Witcher game, presumably so it can have an impact on the rest of the game. And exactly how much impact did your decisions during the second game have, you might ask? Almost none. That's right, people. All of those deep moral conundrums and world-changing choices were never really important at all. The only choice I would consider to be significant is whether or not you let Letho of Gulet live. Everything else is just a minor interaction or some brief dialogue. To be fair, it's similar to a lot of RPGs I've played. You do things that should have a lasting impact, both socially and politically, but are dumped because they didn't plan this far ahead. It's disappointing, but I'm sure it's my fault for thinking I could make a difference. So we finish with all of that, and the porter teaches me how to bow. I kind of feel like this is something Geralt should already know, because he has had prior audiences with the Emperor. Plus, I personally find it tedious whenever I replay it. But anyway, we go and see the Emperor, and it's kind of underwhelming. He is slouching behind a desk in Foltest's room, accompanied by what I assume are nobles of some kind. I rewatched some of the old trailers for this, and in one of them you are meeting Emir while he is sat on the throne. with elite soldiers lining the hall. This introduction makes more sense in a number of ways. Firstly, it gives the Emperor more gravitas. Sitting on a throne and being surrounded by soldiers makes one look far more important than sitting behind a desk. Second, being constantly in the same room as your soldiers while also being in a recently conquered city seems like a much smarter move. You're in a strange castle with local citizenry that are likely to despise you for invading their country. It would be the much wiser option to have guards close by at all times, all things considered. I don't know why the developers changed it, but if I had to guess, I'd say that they thought this scene fit better with Emir's reputation as an espionage strategist. Even if that were the case, however, having the scene play out as originally shown would be better for the reasons I mentioned. So the porter introduces you and you are given the option to bow. Now, in a situation like this, where I'm meeting an emperor whose mere command could have me killed or beaten, I try not to piss them off, so I'm gonna bow.
Your Imperial Majesty.
Arer et do orde.
Velen namen, vatkan favor. I thought you bowed before no man.
Really? That's the first time I've heard that. And I've played both the prior games.
Take it you didn't summon me to reminisce about the good old days, so...
Geralt, why are you being an ass in front of an emperor?
Rila, she's returned. And she's in danger. The Wild Hunt pursues her. You will find her and bring her to me.
How many men in your army? 20,000? 30? So why me?
You know why. Because she trusts you.
She trusts me, yes. So tell me why you're looking for her. Doubt it's about making up for all those lost years.
See, this is another thing that bothers me. Geralt is being pretty flippant with the Emperor of an invading force, which one might think would prompt being on your best behavior. On top of that, I've never known Geralt to act this way in front of royalty. I looked through the previous two games to find examples of Geralt being disrespectful to Foltest, Radovid, and Henselt, and this is the closest I could find for each of them.
You know, Witcher, I'm prepared to forgive Louisa. All she need do is to kneel before her king.
Very noble of you.
Are you mocking me? Never mind. I'm certain Louisa will realize her mistakes. Besides, children should have a mother.
Your villainy knows no bounds.
What do you call villainy? The fact that I've made Kedwen stronger than ever? You fool! I'm the last ruler of the North whom Nilfgaard must respect, and it will. Witcher, reason with him.
I'm leaving you two alone. Squeaky hinge. Funny. Very funny.
You wouldn't dare.
Enough of this plowing chatter. Someone needs to die, and I'll sleep better for it.
I am Henselt of Ardcarreg, the last of the unicorns. I won't beg for mercy.
Look me in the eyes.
Go on! Take your revenge!
A flea has bitten a lion.
Wait, Witcher. Were it not for you, Henselt would have perished at the hands of an assassin. Am I right?
I killed a would-be assassin. Pure coincidence. I just happened to be there.
Things like that oft seem to happen to you. Do you know how he died?
I wasn't there.
The first lie of the day, and the negotiations have yet to begin. How can I help you if you're not honest with me?
I killed him. Henselt had Roach's unit murdered. I can't call it anything else. In doing that, he signed his own death sentence. When he was looking for Saskia in Vergen after the battle, I cornered him in a hut and I killed him.
It all sounds very noble, Witcher. But a noble lie is a lie nevertheless. I think I know what happened there.
I know I'm going off on this for a while, but it legitimately bothers me that Geralt would act like this toward a clearly powerful and dangerous ruler. There is no precedent for it that I could find. It doesn't make sense given the situation, and I don't know why Emhyr tolerates it. Anyway, the porter takes us to see Yennefer, but on the way we stop and have a rather pleasant conversation with General Voris.
If I interrupt...
Why not join in instead?
We're discussing neutrality. How difficult it is to preserve.
Know a thing or two about that.
Care to explain?
Never changes. I try to stay out of things, stand aside. Then comes an urgent summons, and an offer I can't refuse. Enough about that. Mind if we change the subject? So, talk to the Emperor.
Why did he summon you?
So not even you know.
No. But I wager it's an ordinary witch's contract.
Some werebubs. See ya.
Soon, mind you.
I gotta say, once again, I find the Nilfgaardians to be quite friendly and sophisticated compared to the Northerners, and I do quite like the general. We reach Yennefer, and she provides us with information regarding Ciri's whereabouts. Now, I have not read the books, so I'm kind of curious as to why the hunt wants Ciri. I know, I'll ask Yennefer.
The Wild Hunt. What could it want from Ciri?
I've no clue, Geralt. Might have written them to ask, but I don't have their address.
It was a simple fucking question, Yen.
I know as much as you do. It must be about her blood. Her gift.
Well, that's all you had to say. And just so we're clear, I'm not bothered by the sarcasm as much as I am the delivery. Yen has an idea of why the hunt wants Ciri, but instead of sharing her idea, she tries to make Geralt feel like an idiot.
One thing before we go. Why didn't you contact me? Didn't need me? Didn't even want to see me?
I didn't want to spoil things. I'd heard you and Triss made a great couple.
Yen, I'd lost my memory.
Really? That's your excuse?
Well, yes, that is actually a very good reason for why that happened. So once you're done talking with the cunt of Venderberg, you leave Vizima and travel to Velen. This is more than likely the location that all new players will complete first, followed by Novigrad, then Skelligae. However, for the sake of experimentation, we will be doing things in reverse, so it's off to the Skelligae Islands. After leaving the castle, you travel to a place called the Hangman's Tree. From there, I made my way through Oxenfurt and crossed the river. Once across, I made my way to Novigrad and searched for a ship to take me to Skelligae. Most of the captains say that it is too dangerous a journey, due to the local pirates. But I managed to find a guy who says he has connections, and I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, especially when it costs so much. We set sail, and Geralt takes a nap in the hold. We wake up to the sounds of a storm and pirates fighting on the deck. Geralt rushes out to help and manages to fight off a few of the pirates. Unfortunately, the ship scrapes against some rocks, and the mast of the ship falls on Geralt, crushing him to death. It's a shame, really. Our adventure was only just getting started. Apparently, Geralt can survive a beam of solid wood landing on his face. You know, you could have just had him bump his head as he fell over the side. You didn't need to do it like this. Anyway, the scavenger wakes us up and we ask about Yen.
Agreed to meet a sorceress here. Yennefer of Vengerberg. She's supposed to be on Ord Skellig.
There's a witch at Kertrolda. Croc's guest. Could be the one you're meeting.
Seen her? Know what the sorceress looks like?
Aye. Wears black and white. If not for her tits, you'd think she was a beached orca. Fact is, even those who see her for a wench would gladly push her out to sea, tits and all.
I find it annoying that my only two options are to threaten him or to give a disagreement that is deliberately veiled as an agreement. Seriously, the option says, yeah, sorceresses can be like that, but girl actually says, she's not all bad once you get to know her. We'll see about that, girl. After we make our way to Caer Trold, we come across a funeral procession in progress. Yen joins us, and we are given 3 options. It doesn't matter which one you choose, however, because you are going to the wake whether you want to or not.
Yeah, nothing like the banquets mages attend. Remember the one on Thanet?
You were there. How could I forget? I also remember excruciatingly well what happened after the banquet.
Wait, what? That's a thing she can do? Read our mind whenever she wants, regardless of whether we want her to or not? Is this specifically tied to Geralt, or can she do this to whomever she wants? Because that is an insanely useful power. Next, we compare notes. I haven't learned anything yet, so I'll ask her what she knows.
How about you? What have you learned?
Something strange happened on Ord Skellig a time ago. A disaster brought about by a burst of magic. Extraordinary, really. Natural anomaly. Never seen anything like it. My intuition tells me Ciri was its cause.
As much as I respect your intuition, Yen, we need something specific. Evidence.
I'd know for certain if I was able to inspect the disaster zone. Unfortunately, Ermion and his druids aren't letting anyone near.
Ermion's head of the Skelligae Circle? Haven't seen him since...
Since Ciri was a little girl. I doubt he'll do you any favors, not even for old time's sake.
Well, I could try asking him anyway.
So why won't Ermion let you inspect the area of the anomaly?
Call it a difference of opinion. A large, loud difference.
Meaning that you were probably acting like a piece of shit and Ermion wasn't having it.
I shall see you at the wake, and I'll not accept any excuses. I've an important matter to discuss with you.
I shall wear black and white for the feast. I count on you to don something complimentary. Something that doesn't reek of 1,000 hunts.
Why would I want to compliment your style? And furthermore, I haven't hunted since Vizima, so my clothes still smell like citrus and cloves. Whatever, I ignore her and head straight to the keep instead.
I can see you chose your own outfit.
Yeah, it's one of my fucking superpowers.
We should mingle before they all get drunk. There'll be no talking to anyone then.
Good thinking. I don't know what Krach wants, but when we meet with him we should have clear minds.
I'm not gonna drink. Why dull my senses when I'm in such pleasant company?
Oh, please, Geralt. I've met spiders who are more pleasant company.
Do you plan to compliment me all evening?
I plan to tell you what I think.
As do I. You mewling, beetle-headed scut. We head inside and are pointed to our table.
Just here.
I asked them to. Wanted to meet the notorious Witcher Geralt.
We've met. Don't remember?
That was ages ago. Yalmer and I were children when you last visited Orda. But you should meet your feast mates. Allow me the dubious honour. That's Halbjorn, son of Holger Blackhand. Blue Boy Lucas, Madman Lucas's firstborn. And choking down a stockfish over there is Otrek on Hindar.
Seems they set us with the sons of Jarls, exclusively.
Sarison Crate is the daughter of a Jarl, Geralt. Jarl's daughters are in no way inferior to their sons.
What? When did I say she was inferior? Geralt was just pointing out that the other guys sitting here were Jarl's sons. Ceres is technically a host, so sitting with her is less of a surprise than sitting at a table of Jarl's sons. Fuck you, Yennefer. You took my innocuous comment and twisted it into an insult just to make me look bad. Like, honest question to people in an actual relationship. If your significant other says something that could be taken either way, do you try and make them look better or worse? A better way to respond to this would be, don't forget about our lovely host Ceres. You know, give a man a chance to recover, rather than twist it into him calling the host inferior. If you actually gave a shit about Geralt, I don't know why you would do this. Now, Ceres here, as well as her brother Hjalmar, are part of a large side quest, one that isn't tied to the main story. Therefore, I don't really plan to cover it. I do actually really enjoy the quest, but the only critique I have is that Hjalmar is comically incompetent. He gets nearly his whole party killed with what he does. Ceres, on the other hand, has all the brains and actually helps people, which is why I could never in good conscience let Hjalmar have the throne. Anyway, we move on from the table of the Jarl's sons and daughter, who is in no way inferior, and go to the back door where we meet some of the Jarls themselves.
Allow me to introduce Geralt of Rivia, a witcher. Geralt, Jarl Donar and Hinder, and Jarl Madman Lugos.
Calling Lugos a madman's an insult to madmen. He's a common goat fucker.
Call me a goat fucker one more time, and I'll chop off your head, stick it on a pike, and piss down your neck hole.
I like these guys.
Time to settle this. Here and now.
Oh, ha ha ha! Giving me a true fright right now. Shat my best trousers. Put that away before you cut yourself, you cunt.
Settle this outside.
Who the fuck are you to advise me, eh?
Someone with better manners. You insult Bran's memory and Krach's hospitality with this. Emperor would be very pleased to hear you quarrel.
His Imperial Majesty is more than welcome to visit.
Let him sail over here. We ain't afraid of the Black Ones.
Raiding coastal villages is one thing. Total war with the Empire is another.
Awfully mouthy, this one. Go stir your cauldron and pierce some boils, witch. Don't talk when you haven't got a fucking clue.
Yeah, no way am I gonna White Knight for Yennefer.
Calm down, Lugos.
No wench will teach me how to fight.
That was not my intention. Come, Geralt. I believe this discussion's run its course.
We move on further into the keep, and Yen shares her scheme with us.
What now?
Now we pay a visit to Ermien's laboratory.
Didn't know we'd been invited.
Because we've not been.
We shouldn't be breaking into Ermien's workshop.
If I didn't know you better, I'd say you needed to grow a pair.
X-fucking-cuse me? Were you not the one who just 30 seconds ago was lecturing someone about their manners?
Someone with better manners. You insult Bran's memory and Krach's hospitality with this.
Tell me, which do you think is worse? Starting a row at a funeral? Or breaking into someone's house while they are away at a funeral? I feel like one of those things is higher on the scale of shittiness. I would prefer not to break into Ermien's lab, but because Geralt is properly pussy-whipped, he does it anyway. We get into Ermien's place through a side window, and find a door that leads further into the lab.
Are you alright?
Cut myself. The door's locked. The animals, they're alive. Yen, watch out.
After some fighting, I managed to shake off the hallucination.
What's happening?
You were hallucinating. You ran at Ermien's animals, sword flailing. I had to calm you.
Must have looked strange.
Your years of vigorous training at Kaer Morhen finally paid off. Bested nearly all the stuffed beasts in here.
Yep, you're the only stuffed beast left standing. We go further in and find a statue. I put a mug in his hand and open another door.
Huh. Seems like it worked. Who would have thunk?
Ermien enjoys jests achieved at the expense of others.
He's apparently not the only one.
This is it. Got it. We must return to the feast quickly before...
We beat off the elemental and get the mask, but it seems Ermion has another trap.
The damned druid will poison us. This vapor's deadly. We've got but a few minutes.
Teleport us out of here.
Think of something. Quickly. First thing to come to your mind.
Now, if you pick the option, damn, I want to kiss you, Yen, you get the chance to have sex with Yennefer. So naturally, I chose the other option, because Yennefer can go fuck herself. So the two of us teleport back to the feast hall and then go off to see Croc. He gives us permission to do as we please. And so we make our way to the site of the anomaly that Yen mentioned. But she has gotten there ahead of Geralt and is already in a spat with Ermion.
Rifle! Have you any idea what could happen if it is used? Any idea of the consequences?
No, but neither do you.
It's in a continental here. Can hear you two clear on the other side of the island.
Good! May all Skelligae know Yennefer of Vengerberg is a common thief!
Yep, pretty much.
I haven't stolen anything. I've merely borrowed something and fully intend to return it.
Ha! The generosity. Just one small problem. Once used, the mask is rendered completely worthless. Not to mention the risk you'll bury us alive, and all the Isles with us!
So, Ermion explains the mask's power.
Barry, what are you talking about?
She's not told you? Might have expected as much. The myth is that Urberus created the mask when the envious seas swallowed his beloved. Unable to bear the prospect that he would never again see his betrothed, Urberus made the mask, which would allow him to peer into the past. He knew, however, that he could only use it once. So he waited. Waited until his longing grew so strong that it became unbearable. When the sea learnt of the mask, it was quick to respond. It made known its threat that whosoever used the mask would bring the sea's wrath down on them. For in vengeance, the sea would rise and flood all the lands and drown the living.
Where do you get this mask?
Sailors from Clan Dimon pulled it from the sea, near the Njord Trench.
Yeah, but how can you be sure this is Urberus's mask?
Its appearance is exactly as described in the myths.
You believe the myths?
Only ignorant fools belittle their significance. Besides, it's not the myths that are on trial here. It's the thief.
Theft or no theft, Khar gave us free rein.
First off, this might indeed be his isle. But we, the Druids, watch that no alien magic takes hold here. Secondly, after the cataclysm occurred, Khar turned to us for help and trusted this site to our care. Third... What was that? No. Yennefer's used the mask.
We run to Yen and have to save her from some foglets.
What was that?
Unicorns.
Damn it, Yen. I saw the foglets. I meant how'd they get here?
The power of the mask summoned them.
Ermion says the mask might cause a natural disaster.
Fortunate he's here then. He can jump right in, try to tame it.
What if he hadn't been here, Yen? What if he can't tame it? Oh well, I guess he just falls under acceptable losses or something, right?
What now?
The mask reveals the past, but only in certain places. Places where past events left a strong magical imprint. Take it.
Want me to wear it?
Yes. I'll cast a spell that will let me see through your eyes.
Gonna read my mind again?
You object?
You know I don't like it.
Let it go. I just want to see what happened. Besides, you know there are things I'd rather not know about you.
I don't believe that for a second. We travel to the site of the first anomaly and use the mask. Okay, quick question. According to the myth, Ouroboros wanted to use the mask to see his dead lover, right? How does that work when all he would see was a blue silhouette? Anyway, we travel further down and see that one of the silhouettes teleports, and then Yen says this.
She escaped through another portal.
Know where it led?
Magic residue trail leads to Velen.
So let me get this straight. Yen can tell where someone teleported simply based on the magical residue left from the teleport. Alright, bear with me here. Geralt has the ability to track footprints, claw marks, changes in the environment, and many other small details. So why didn't we just try and track them using Geralt's abilities? Or better yet, why doesn't Yen just thoroughly probe the location? Even if none of that works, we could have at least said that we tried them. But instead, Yennefer went for the riskiest option first. Really think about this. We could have asked Ermion and his druids to help search the area for clues and magical locations, used our Witcher senses to find our own clues, and have Yennefer probe or something. That would have been a far less destructive option, and possibly even yielded the same results. But instead, she just uses the mask, without so much as considering these other options. Unless there's some big piece of information I'm missing that says none of that would have worked. But even so, we never even tried it. Anyway, we track down the other figure and watch him fight off an attacker before fleeing through his own teleport.
His trace path leads to Velen as well, but the target coordinates of his portal differ from those of Ciri's. The explosion must have disrupted his teleportation.
Maybe something left of the one who got hit by the spell.
It's clearing up,
Ermion must be getting a handle on the weather.
which means he'll be free to attack us again.
You broke into his lab, stole his shit, and then nearly destroyed the island with a magical storm. If he were to attack you, which I doubt he would, I wouldn't see you as the victim.
Are you pleased with yourselves? Look at what you've brought down on us. We'll see what Khar has to say about this.
These are my options? Why am I forced to take Yennefer's side?
Sure as hell shouldn't be angry. He agreed to help us.
Well, he didn't agree to risk the entire island, Geralt. We explain what happened and go looking for the guy that was killed. Yen moves a tree with telekinesis and we find a crumpled mess of bones and armor.
Armor's clean. No blood, no sword nicks. Ciri's friend must have... what do you call it?
Vaporized him.
Exquisite. The armor, though the workmanship's unfamiliar. Can't even tell where it's from.
Probably because it belonged to a rider of the Wild Hunt.
What?
Wait, you didn't tell him about the hunt? Don't you think that might have affected his actions, or maybe caused him to be a better help?
First here, then on Hindersfjall. What did they want?
They're looking for Ciri.
But why?
Elder blood flows in Ciri's veins.
'Tis true, she can trace her lineage clear back to Lara Duran, which is why the women in her family have always had extraordinary abilities. But could that truly be so important?
Ciri's exceptional. She travels between places here and other worlds. Space is no obstacle for her.
Huh?
Which is why the Wild Hunt wants to capture her. Speaking of the hunt, mentioned it appeared on Hindersfjall.
Well, it happened at least a fortnight after the cataclysm struck here on Skelligae. The raids raided Lofoten at dusk in a blizzard. Itself a strange occurrence for that time of year. The islanders said the wraiths. They barged into their huts, killed anyone who resisted, then galloped inland, laughing fiendishly.
Anyone survive?
A dozen or so women and an old man.
Next stop, Hindersfjall.
Let's go to Hindersfjall. We travel to a small town that is covered in light snow. I have a question. how long does the snow left by the hunt last? Because I imagine it would have been a couple of days since the hunt was here. Is it like dry ice or something? We talk to the village people and they tell us a guy by the name of Craven could help us find Ciri. The problem is that he went off to fight a werewolf in a nearby holy garden. We head to the garden and find a trace of Craven's blood. I follow it around to a well that leads to a cave and a corpse.
And I've seen rot fiends in better condition than this.
Shit. Fine, scrape together what you can and haul the bits up here.
Take it you've got a plan?
No, I just like to stare at rotting flesh.
You're a bench!
I take the body up to Yen and she wants to do necromancy on him?
Anyone can be made to talk, even a corpse. One must simply know how.
Thought necromancy was strictly forbidden.
So is premarital sex. But I'm not about to be bothered by such foolishness.
What? Yen, those things are not remotely comparable. A more apt comparison would be, I thought necromancy was forbidden. So is necrophilia, but that's never stopped me before. Desecrating a corpse is not the same thing as bumping uglies without a ring.
Never.
I don't like it any more than you do, believe me. But the thought that Ciri is in danger, I like that even less.
Well, let me make a suggestion, Yen. Let's try and find a way to locate Ciri without causing any more damage. We can question more townspeople, do some tracking, use magic to locate signs of her.
Need any ingredients for the spell?
The blood of a newborn, a virgin's tongue, and the eye of a newt.
Oh, you're a bitch, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch!
Fine, I guess I'll just keep on playing this linear RPG.
I'm a sorceress, not a village herbalist. All I need is energy, a great deal of energy. We're very lucky this place is saturated with magic.
It's also considered sacred. Priestesses will be furious if you use the garden's power to revive a corpse.
Geralt, you're getting on my nerves. I offer you solutions, you try to poke holes in them.
Yen, you have been getting on my fucking nerves since the first time we had a real conversation. And as for your solutions, so far we have broken into someone's house and stolen something incredibly valuable and dangerous, used it flippantly and with complete disregard for the safety of hundreds of people, and now you want to use the energy of a holy garden to perform necromancy. Your solutions are shit, and if I could actually make my own decisions in this chapter, I would have gone to Ermion in the first place and asked him for help instead of you.
Selene, Selene, Defrain! Selene, Selene, Davidar! Are you Craven of Lofoten?
No, I have a name. I am Skull.
You died in battle. You've recovered.
Geralt, this is not the time to cheer up a corpse.
A young woman, ashen hair, green eyes. What happened to her?
She's wise. They cursed me.
I don't care about that. What happened to her? What was she doing here? Speak!
No.
Speak! Speak!
She fell almost drowned.
Ciri. Zirel. Can you hear me?
I can.
I must leave you now. We will meet beneath drowned dead rock. Can you remember? Repeat it.
Drowned. Dead rock.
You're awake. And I thought you'd...
Where am I? And who are you?
It's all right. You're on Hindersfjall, village of Lofoten. They call me Skjal.
But how'd I... What?
We fished you out of the sea. Me and that friend of yours.
And where is he? My friend.
Stepped out a while ago. Said he needed to find a boat. Why does he wear that mask? Something not right with his mug?
No. He simply doesn't like others to see it. How long did I lie there?
All day nearabouts. 'Twas morn when we brought you in. Night's near come now.
Damn. Too long.
You needed the rest. Desperately. Been through a lot, eh? Got some nasty, fresh-looking scars.
Yes. I've been through a lot.
I never thought women on the continent did any fighting.
Sometimes they have no choice. Help me stand.
I don't think you should...
Less talk, more giving me a hand.
Ah, that's me brother for you. Out of sight for a second, and he's already put his paws on a girl.
Astrid, you're as dim as dishwater. You know perfectly well I'm helping her up.
It's a shame, I know, but I've got to interrupt your courtship. Come, we're off to the sauna.
Where?
Why's your mouth agape like you're noodling for an eel? The sauna. Girl, you was blue as a whale when we brought you in here. Your blood needs thawing.
Really, there's no need. I feel fine now.
Hey, fine? You can't stand on your own 2 feet. And it's no surprise with your muscles frozen stiff. But don't you worry. Mom and I will take care of you.
I'm sorry, but I must get to Drowned Dead Rock. As fast as possible.
Shan't force you to stay. But the rock's a ways off and you can barely walk. You'd best take a horse.
True. Skjal can prepare a horse for you. You'll have to wait a spell, but even so, you'll get there faster than on foot.
Fine, that'll do. Thank you both very much.
Pish posh, there's no need. Now come, we gotta sweat the sick out of you.
Where are my clothes?
I've taken them already. Come on.
So Ciri takes a quick bath and then heads out to the stables to meet Skjal. He is preparing a horse for her, but before she can leave, the wild hunt attacks, and both Ciri and Skjal flee to the waterfront. So Ciri gets knocked out by her masked friend, and Skjal runs to her aid, before getting his spine slashed. I'm sure he's fine though. Spinal injuries aren't what they used to be. Ciri and her friend sail to safety, and Skjal passes out. He awakens sometime later to see a misshapen monstrosity. The thing runs away, and Skjal passes out again. We cut back to Yennefer, and she asks him where the creature went. Skjal says he saw somebody sell him off, but beyond that he doesn't know. He then begs us to clear his name of cowardice. The short explanation of this is that because he quote-unquote fled the wild hunt, his real name was erased from local records, and he was renamed Craven as punishment. Seeing as he risked his life to save Ciri, I'm sure Yennefer would take mercy on him and...
Be gone, I say!
could have shown some sympathy for the boy.
That was no boy, Geralt. It was a hunk of rotting, rancid flesh that spoke through my magic.
Ah, I see. It was your magic that was begging to have its name cleared. I think you're full of shit, Yen.
It howled in pain.
I know it seemed real, but it was no longer human. Do you understand? Nice of you to be so concerned for the corpse. Much more than you were for me.
Yeah, that's because the corpse has a more likable personality. I'm not even trying to be funny here. If zombie Skjall was a romance option, I would choose him over Yen. Now, before we go any further, I have some questions about how the necromancy here works. In the second game, there is a point where necromancy is performed. The way this works is that Geralt has to collect some ingredients, and then we use them to sort of relive some of the more recent memories of the corpse. This manifests in a few fragmented memories that help Geralt retrieve vital plot information. As far as I can tell, Skjall's entire account is from his own dead lips. So I'm expected to believe that he gave a perfect description of these events while wailing and stuttering like simple Jack. I'm sure it wouldn't be an issue for me if I had not played the second game, where Geralt's reliving of the dead man's past was necessary for total accuracy and also made for a good excuse as to why it looked so real. There are also things that happen in Skjall's retelling that he would have no way of knowing, like Ciri's bath, for example. This could have been remedied very easily by having half of Ciri's story told by one of the women at the village, and the escape told by the corpse of Skjall. It would also make the accuracy of the tale more believable.
What happened to the garden?
It died. Like I said, the spell, it requires a great deal of energy.
You knew it would end like this, didn't you? Didn't consider it worth mentioning?
No, I knew you'd protest. Your sense of decency is charming, but it does get in the way sometimes.
Yen, let's get out of here. Now.
You needn't ask me twice.
The garden! Our garden! How could you? We helped! And you! Inconceivable!
Now.
Don't you dare try to calm me! We've every right to be furious! Furious! And you will pay for this.
Hey, I'm on their side.
I'm sorry.
Is that all? Will you say nothing else?
Nothing that would help.
I shall make sure all Skelligae hears what you did here.
Wait. I did this. I alone. Geralt tried to stop me. I refused to listen.
Whoa, Yen, you're finally taking responsibility for your actions? Better late than never, I guess.
None shall open their door to you. None shall feed your hunger, and none shall tend to your wounds.
Yen, you didn't have to do that.
She absolutely did, Geralt. This was her fault.
We must focus on what Skjall told us.
Didn't learn much, though we can be sure Ciri's not in Skelligae anymore. Maybe she's in Velen, hiding somewhere. Or in Novigrad, world's largest city.
Better to have some idea where to look than none.
Makes me wonder what she's gotten herself into.
Can't even begin to imagine. But we will pull her out of it, safe and sound. That I promise you.
Key to finding Ciri is that ugly thing Skjall saw on the beach. That's what I think.
Why would you think that? Ciri and her friend left in a boat, and then sent back a creature? For what? As a gift? A clue?
Do you think... Is there a chance that thing might be Ciri? That... well... she's been transformed by some curse?
Why would you come to that conclusion? Skjall just woke up and saw a creature. It could have come from anywhere. It could have been completely unrelated. What exactly makes you conclude these things? Anyway, we go to Donar, and he doesn't know exactly where the creature went, so we are at a full dead end in Skelligae. But Yen wanted our help with something. Let's see what it could be. She says that she found a tome in the Emperor's library, and that it could lead her to a Jinn, a sort of genie creature that could grant wishes. Yen wants us to help her find the Jinn. We agree, and then head out to sea in search of clues as to the Jinn's whereabouts. We eventually find half a shipwreck with half of some kind of stone. Yen says that she can find the other half of both of them by using the stone we found. I'm not sure how that would work, but maybe the stones exude some kind of connecting power that makes them want to be together, which would actually be a nice metaphor considering the purpose of this quest, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Yen teleports us close to the other half of the stone, and Geralt finally asks why we're doing all this.
Yen, not so fast. Gotta tell me what this is about first. Why do you want this Jinn?
But you already know. A Jinn's power is priceless to a mage.
That I know, but I also want to know how you plan to use it. Wouldn't go to these lengths if it wasn't something important.
You're right. It's important. Even very important. How long has this been going on, Geralt? This thing between us? 15, 20 years? We repeatedly split up, then returned to one another. Something draws us to each other, but I can never be certain if it's a true feeling or merely a bit of mischief by a Jinn.
Well, personally, I hate you, so sure, you could say that the Jinn cursed me as a joke.
You asked that Jinn to bind us together forever. I want to ask this one to take that wish back.
I get it. You want to know what'll happen if magic no longer binds us.
I want to know if when the Jinn's magic is gone, if we've any magic left of our own.
Well, I'm fine with that, but I can promise you now that wait a minute. What the fuck? You're telling me that we committed larceny, nearly destroyed a portion of Skelligae, and performed forbidden magic of necromancy, and destroyed a holy garden, all while knowing, by your own admission, that there was a wish-granting Jinn somewhere around Skelligae? And you're telling me that you want to use this wish to know if I still have feelings for you? Yen, what about Ciri? What about Ciri? Remember when you said...
I've spent months searching for Ciri, using locating spells, haruspicy, geomancy, anything, really.
Or what about...
I don't like it any more than you do, believe me. But the thought that Ciri is in danger, I like that even less.
And now you want to waste time using what should have been an obvious first choice in finding Ciri to satisfy your feelings? Yen, go to hell. So we fight the Jinn, and Yen makes her stupid-ass wish. Then we sit down on the edge of the ship. So at this point, I feel it necessary to mention that no matter what you said or did throughout all of your adventures in Skelligae, this is the only choice that actually matters. It doesn't matter how rude you were to Yen, or how much you responded negatively to her. It all just comes down to options 1 or 2. This is representative of a larger problem I have with the dialogue system, being that so little of your dialogue actually matters, but more on that later. For now, I have to tell Yen that I don't want to be with you anymore, because Geralt apparently doesn't have the balls to tell her that she's a horrible and manipulative person.
Truly? But how is that possible? I still feel the same. You should too. I don't understand. What does this mean?
Means the Jinn granted your wish.
Right. Fine, good. Glad we got that over with. We know where we stand, at least. Naught left for us here. Let's go.
Wait. Magic's gone, true, but that doesn't mean I don't like spending time with you.
Damn it, I hate so much of the dialogue with Yen. I don't like spending time with her. But the writing is constantly forcing me to say this shit. Anyway, we leave the ship and Yen heads back to Vizima. Me, on the other hand, I've got to head to Novigrad and find more clues. The next section I'll be covering is the city of Novigrad. Now, for the most part, there are no glaring flaws with the main quest in Novigrad. especially when compared to Yen not using a fucking wish to find Ciri. My first complaint about Novigrad is how tedious it feels in regards to the main quest. You spend far longer here than you do at Velen and especially Skelligae. Let me briefly break it down. In Skelligae, you go to a funeral, go to a wake, break into a laboratory, search a forest, travel to an island, locate a corpse, perform necromancy, and then you are done. That is not even a fourth of what you do in Novigrad. And you learn arguably less about Ciri's whereabouts than you do in Skelligae. Nearly all of your time here is spent trying to find Dandelion, and when you finally get to meet him, he says he doesn't even know where to find Ciri. On top of all of that, finding Dandelion is a process of going from place to place and getting little to no information. We start off by heading to a town square. We get a scene of stake burning, with what I assume is a witch or a sorceress and some noble who turns out to be a magical creature called a Doppler. After watching them burn, you head over to Triss's house and come across some looters. They tell you that Triss is likely hiding in the Putrid Grove, along with all of the other mages who are suffering persecution under the rule of Radovid the Stern. Before you leave, however, you are questioned by the leader of the Witch Hunters. He tells you that he will take action against you at the slightest misstep, and that Novigrad is no place for the likes of you. After that, we head up to Triss's house and get a wilted rose of remembrance. Just one more reminder of how nothing we did in the second game had any lasting impact. The next thing we have to do is find the Putrid Grove, and this is a sequence I actually like. You can either follow a pickpocket through the city to find the grove, or you can just ask this guy where to find it. The reason I like this is that it makes repeat playthroughs go quicker. Maybe on your first playthrough you just went with what the game showed you, but through experimentation you can find a route that is much faster and get you in for free. The problem is that this is the best, if not the only example I can find of this occurring. There may be more, but either I've forgotten about them or I have yet to find them. Anyway, we get to the grove and find Triss. She has some work to do, so we tag along. We dispel a rat incantation, have a veiled conversation I assume is about our abandoned romance, kill some witch hunters, and then she says she knows someone who might know how to find Ciri.
You know, I've been thinking who might know something about Ciri, and I just got an idea. There's an Oneiromancer in town, Kareen Tilly. Very capable, supposedly.
Never trusted in Dreamer's abilities myself.
Kareen's been very effective. We should at least try. She's taken a job close by. Follow the canal away from the fish market. The house is near the first bridge. Its owner, Dejon Kier, is a rich banker.
Now this is where things begin to get a bit tedious. You go to this lady, do a small quest to get her help, and she gives you a vision of Dandelion arguing with a bird. The bird is supposed to represent Ciri, which means that we have to try and find Dandelion for help in finding Ciri. I have to ask, what is the extent of this dreaming power exactly? Could we perhaps use her again to try and find Dandelion, or maybe to get more information as to Ciri's whereabouts? She doesn't look particularly phased or tired from giving Geralt a vision, so wouldn't it work a second time?
Good luck, Witcher. I hope you find your Ciri.
Whatever. We go to Dandelion's inn and find Zoltan. He is currently working at removing some squatters from the premises. We help him fight off the rest of them and ask about Dandelion. Zoltan says he doesn't know where he is, so we look around the room for clues that could help us find him. We find a book that lists the names of some women with whom Dandelion had been mingling. Zoltan says that we should ask each of them if they know anything. You know, it would be nice if I could just use the dreaming method to get information, but I guess not. We talk to a washerwoman, a noble's daughter, a transvestite elf, a school teacher, a... Wait, what? A transvestite elf? That's odd. But come to think of it, I do remember a bearded lady being in the second game. But more so, the reason I find this strange is because I would think it would result in increased bigotry toward this character. They are, after all, an elf, which is already a maligned race, but wouldn't also being a transvestite be doubly dangerous? Or are people in The Witcher okay with it? I'm actually genuinely curious. This elf also tells us that Kalkstein is in town, and that he was recently burned at the stake? What? They fucking killed Kalkstein? For those who don't know, Kalkstein was an alchemist who was essential to the plot of the first game. A smarter and friendlier guy there never was. The fact that they killed him off screen like this pisses me off personally. I would have at least liked to have been there when it happened. In fact, why didn't they replace him with the random noble on the pyre at the beginning of this chapter? It would have gone a long way to making me hate Radovid all the more, and could have been a horrifying character moment for Geralt. Seeing an actual friend being burnt alive instead of some strangers. Fucking nonsense. Another person we have to talk to is the servant of the Lavalettes, who are a family that was important to the story of the second game. This is where one of the small number of carried over choices from the second game comes into play. You meet the Nilfgaardian general from Vizima here, as well as Lady Lavalette. If you killed her son in the second game, she runs back into the house out of fear. If you spared her son, she greets you as a friend. Kind of a shallow difference, really. It doesn't in any way affect the plot of the game. It's just a reaction scene. What is actually interesting about this section, however, is your interaction with General Voris. He treats Geralt as a respected friend, and has only kind words to say. Again, I really like Voris. Anyway, we talk to the servant girl and head back to Zoltan. None of the girls could tell us where Dandelion was, so the whole thing was ostensibly a waste of time. One thing that they did all mention was that Dandelion was particularly taken with some blonde chick. We take this information to Zoltan, but he is currently playing with a pet owl.
Ah, you're back! You met Poppy? She ought to start talking any day now.
That Field Marshal Duda's replacement? The Marshal was a parrot, you do remember, right? Where'd you get her?
At auction. Some mage's estate went under the hammer. Witch hunters and the Eternal Fire joined forces, staked out his place and rounded the sorry sap up, put his things up for sale. Happened to be passing by and saw this out. Came with her own cage.
How could you resist?
Could they? 'Tweren't possible. Ah, but Dandelion's what matters now. So, how'd you do? Learn much?
Women on my list hadn't seen Dandelion in a while. All claimed he had been acting strange. Also mentioned he'd been seeing someone else. Thing is, Mystery Woman wasn't on my list.
What's she supposedly like, this lass?
Blonde, from Kovir. A Troberitz, apparently. Named Kalanetta or something like that.
That makes it clear as crystal. It's Priscilla. Aye. Must be her.
Why wasn't she on the list?
This Priscilla wasn't like the others. I think Dandelion more than fancied her. I think it was fervour.
He lusts after every other woman he meets.
How can I explain? Who does Dandelion love most?
Himself.
Exactly. And she's his mirror image.
What can I say? Could be he finally met his match.
She's his match, all right. Maybe more. The laddie's head's on fire. Lassie's got him whirling.
All right. Guess we gotta talk to her.
So we basically went in a circle with this. Couldn't Zoltan just have mentioned her first? It's not necessarily a plot issue, it's just annoying that Zoltan had this information the whole time and is only just now mentioning it. It's kind of similar to the mission in Skelligae, where if we just told Ermion that Ciri was being chased by the Wild Hunt, then he could have told us that they were attacked in Hindersfall and saved us the trouble of nearly destroying the main island. Zoltan says that Priscilla works at a nearby tavern, so we go there and meet her. And this is where we get the best scene in the entire game.
long have yearned for your tender caress, to bind our fortunes. Damn what the stars are. Rend my heart open, then your love profess, a winding, weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm, to find your heart, its passion displaced by our ever-growing, hardening into stone. Amidst the cold, to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found? You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep.
Magnificent. After the music ends, Priscilla takes us to her room, where she explains that Dandelion attempted a heist of a vault that belonged to a local underworld/crime boss by the name of Siggy Reuven. She also says that Dandelion had a run-in with another crime boss, Whoreson Jr. We go to Siggy's hideout, and it turns out that he is actually an old acquaintance of Geralt's, a former Redanian spy by the name of Dijkstra. Dijkstra is the only character in this game that actually frightens me a bit. His constant scowl combined with his impeccable information network make him a legitimately intimidating individual. Not to mention that he looks like he could knock out a horse by headbutting it. He tells us that we should search some of Whoreson Jr.'s local properties if we want to find him. So we run all over the city, kill a bunch of henchmen, and in the end all we really learn is that Jr. has ties to Redanians. Couldn't Dijkstra just have told us this? What I mean is, why not write it in a way so that Dijkstra sends us off with this information in the first place? I just find it tedious to only get tidbits of information that ultimately lead me further down a rabbit hole. We take this information to Dijkstra and he says that our friend from the second game, Vernon Roach, might be able to help us. So we have gone from finding Ciri to finding Dandelion to finding Whoreson Jr. to finding Vernon Roach. I'm starting to feel like a pinball with all this bouncing around. We go to Roach, and depending on your decisions in The Witcher 2, we will have different dialogue. The most significant decision in the second game impacts a small section of dialogue. Couldn't you do something, anything with more depth? Like, change the quest somehow, or maybe make Yorvith the contact. I know you would have to rewrite parts of the story, but a few different lines from Roach is just such a disappointing conclusion to the events of the second game. I would have much preferred that some of the scavenger hunt quests prior to this were replaced with something that gave more significance to our previous actions. Roach tells us that he has a Redanian contact whom he was just about to meet. How convenient. We go to the city of Oxenfurt and are greeted by a number of soldiers. We enter the building and it turns out that King Radovid has decided to replace Roach's contact.
Checkmate. They say it's the game of kings. That chess teaches one to think strategically. What a load of rubbish. Both sides have identical pieces. The rules stay invariably the same. How does this mirror real life? Witcher, do you know why I play chess?
None of these options will be the right answer, so just pick no idea.
I have no idea.
I play chess to reveal the game's secret. Blood thumps inside these chessmen. You need only listen, and you will hear. Dub-dub, dub-dub, dub-dub. A heart pumping with life. I take a pawn, and I hear flesh being rent. I win a piece, and I hear screams from the depths of its bowels. I want to break the chessmen open. Squeeze the truth from them. You see what I mean?
No, I don't.
You do not because you are not a king. Pawns see only their comrades at their sides and their foes across the field. The king has a different view of the chessboard. His greatest foes surround him. His own chessmen might trap him. And that is check. And death. You see, Witcher, chess is the art of sacrificing your own pieces. Now do you see?
I think I do now.
Unimportant. Let us speak.
If it was unimportant, then why did you waste my time with it? What I gathered from the scene is that Radovid fears assassination and that it is his duty as king to sacrifice his men if necessary.
Why have you brought the Witcher here?
I think he'd best explain.
Expected a Redanian spy. Had no idea we'd be meeting a king.
When you've an opportunity to omit intermediaries, I'd suggest you avail yourself of it.
But why did you decide to do it at this specific time? At this location? You couldn't have known that I would be here, so you must have some business with Roach, right?
I have placed Junior in a mansion in Oxenfurt. Very few know this. They'll not let you in unannounced. Thus, you must tell them you've come about the new whores. Junior constantly requests fresh women. I hear he doesn't treat them well.
You just give me a man after investing coin and time in him? Can't help but wonder why.
Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Almost. I'll expect you to return the favor. And also, Junior has lost his purpose. The Big Four is no more. I shall contact you to collect in due course. Now go. And you, Roach. We must speak another time.
So he did intend to speak with Roach, and it's just a really big coincidence that Geralt decided to tag along this one time? Okay. Let's talk about Radovid for a minute. His character really bothers me in both this game and kind of in the second. The reason for this is that in the first game, he was far more cunning and charming. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that he could not change, I'm saying that he's become less interesting. In the first game, he is chipper, shrewd, and rational. In his scenes with both Foltest and Geralt, you can see that he knows how to carry on a normal conversation, instead of talking in chess metaphors. If the Radovid from the first game was present here, I could be swayed by his charisma alone. This Radovid, however, is not even remotely likable. I have more to say on this, but for now I should just move on with the story. Next we go to Whoreson's house. We kill all of his guards and confront him.
What the sandwich fuck is this? No! Fuck me! Help me for fuck's sake!
No one's coming.
Stop! What? What do you want?
Hello, Junior. Been looking for you a while now. I've come to kill you.
I'll give you all I got.
Got a few questions to start with.
I'll tell you everything.
I'm looking for a young woman and a minstrel. I know you've met them.
Bird? What fucking...
Ashen-haired with a sword on her back, just like me.
Yeah. That was... I remember.
Pay attention now. You'll tell the truth. Want to know why?
I won't lie. Honest.
Took me a long time to find you. Wasn't an easy road to travel. I'm angry and tired. Had to kill a lot of people along the way. Some of them tried to cheat me. Some tried to lie. I didn't like it one bit. I feel like one more lie'd be the last bitter drop in a chalice full of sorrow. And then I'd do something I would later regret. Now you know why you can't lie to me?
Yes.
Good. I'd like to know how the ashen-haired woman ended up meeting you, and what happened to her.
What happened to her? She attacked me!
Lie one more time, and I'll cut your balls off.
We'd made a deal. I was to repair their magic villa, what's it? The girl and the songster were to bring me Siggy Reuven's treasure. They didn't, so I might have flown off the handle a bit, I admit.
What did you do?
I nabbed their flunky, Dodo, and waited for them to come for him. Look, this. Here's what they wanted fixed.
A phylactery? You can fix something like this?
Not me. I know a guy.
Wasting my time, Junior. I need details.
I'll tell you all. Just the way it happened.
got a bad feeling about this.
Calm down, Dandelion. You can't leave Dudu in Horson Jr.'s hands, you know that.
I know, but my gut can't be reasoned with, and no amount of sympathy I feel can silence it, blot it out.
Get a grip, Dandelion. We must focus on the task at hand.
I'm just saying.
Well, then be silent. Have you learned where Horson is keeping Dudu?
Room on the top floor. One with the balcony.
I'll need to cross onto the roof. Wait for me in front of Junior's house. And I know it's difficult, but do try to look inconspicuous.
If they hurt you, Horson will pay.
So, did you catch all that? I'll quickly reverberate just in case. Ciri hired Horson to fix her magic box. He agreed in exchange for Dijkstra's treasure. Ciri attempted the theft, but failed to deliver to Horson. So Horson kidnapped Ciri's friend Dudu. I know it's probably a translation thing, but did you have to name a character Dudu? Couldn't the translators just change the pronunciation to Dodu or Dido or virtually anything else? It's not even entirely about the connotation, just the name sounds really fucking stupid. Anyway, we rescue Poo-Poo and Ciri runs out the front door. After all that, we are given the option to kill Horson. Well, we were sent here by the highest law of the land, and murder is possibly the least of his crimes, so...
Let me tell you where things stand. I'm looking for this woman, 'cause she's like a daughter to me. And that's why I just can't let this go.
No.
After all that, we are taken to see Radovid, and the guards inform you that you will need to leave your weapons behind. Funny, I don't recall that happening at the chess club. Radovid says that he wants you to hunt down Priscilla Eilhart and bring her to him. Priscilla is one of the antagonists from the second game. She is complicit in regicide, has a lust for power, and she tried to kill me with a fucking dragon. I don't like Radovid in this game, but Philippa is partially responsible for the death of Foltest and subsequently the Nilfgaardian invasion. One could also argue that she is part of the reason that Radovid is currently persecuting mages. I would happily bring her to justice, but she's not home. Moving along, we go back to Dijkstra and ask about Dandelion. He says that he doesn't know where my gigolo boyfriend is, but if I help him find his treasure, he will ask around town. We look around his vault and find clues that lead us to a house in town. At the house, we find out that Menga has seized the treasure and captured Dandelion. We let Dijkstra know, and he pairs us with Triss to somehow get the location of the treasure from Menga. Triss decides that the best option would be to pretend that she was my prisoner, so that Menga would let us into his fortress for a conversation.
Glad you're here. Listen, took a look at the building and it does not look good.
Mean it could use a bit of paint and spackle?
I mean, it's a damn fortress. High walls, guards at the gate, armed men everywhere. We could never sneak in, and fighting our way in won't work. Menga would have had plenty of time to escape.
What do you suggest?
Take these shackles. Put them on me.
Mind explaining what this is all about?
Think. Bring the hunters the vile Triss Marigold. They won't just open the gate for you. They're likely to let you present her to Menga personally.
No way. Too risky.
Dandelion's life's on the line. Ciri's too. No such thing as too risky.
Bullshit. There is always such a thing as too risky. But at the same time, I actually do like her plan. They won't kill her right away because we know that they like their public executions. And witchers are known for hunting things for coin, so there's a good chance that they would accept it. The main problem, however, is that they don't have an exit strategy. Triss says that Menga is in a fortress, so that would mean that it is very difficult to get in and out. So unless she literally plans to sacrifice her life, she is going to have to do more reconnaissance.
Still got a bad feeling about this, but tough. Let's go.
Or I guess we could just wing it. We get inside the fort and are greeted by the guards. They take us up to Menga's office and we hand Triss over to the torturer. Now, you are given the option to use Axi-Hex on him to keep him from hurting Triss. But if you do, they will notice and attack you. So don't do that. We get in to see Menga, and my mind immediately goes back to Axi-Hex. Menga sends his guard to the torture room, leaving just the two of us to talk. So no one would notice if I were to hex him and get the information, right? But nah, the game says that we gotta do it the old-fashioned way. If you ask about the treasure first, then Menga will tell you where it is, but also that you won't get it. If you then ask about Dandelion, Menga will attack you and you will be forced to kill him. If you ask about Dandelion first and never mention the treasure, Menga will tell you where he is, and then Triss will end up killing him in a rage. The problem that I have here is that Menga is little more than a plot device in the story. We barely learn anything about him, and by the time he becomes relevant, he's killed. Again, I feel like he's a wasted opportunity. Allow me to try and explain why. In the second Witcher game, there is a character by the name of Bernard Lorido. Lorido is the commander of a secluded river village called Flotsam. He provides you with key information that helps you complete your main goal in finding the Kingslayer, and at the same time conveys his goal of maintaining control over his post. This is made evident by his actions and his words. He understands that you are a possible threat to his control, but he also recognizes your value as well. The reason that I mention all of this is that Lorido and Menga share a similar position of authority, but one is clearly a more relevant and detailed character than the other. There are several exchanges with Lorido that reveal his motivations and also details around his mansion that solidify his character. Menga, on the other hand, has very little that gives him the same level of depth. He tells us that if we break the law even a little, he won't hesitate to track us down. The problem is, we literally kill some of his witch hunters and nothing happens. We attack guards and all they do is take our coin. We conspire with the criminal underworld, raiding and killing at different locations, and nothing happens. Either Menga has the worst information network in the world, or he actually does not care. Going back to the part about the witch hunters, Menga should know that his men went to capture Triss, or at the very least, look for and find their bodies, covered in burn marks and sword wounds. He already knows about Triss and Geralt's former relationship. Put it all together, and it's nearly obvious that the Witcher worked with a sorceress to kill some of his men. Would you like to know what happens if you kill some of Lorido's men?
Corporal, sir, it's the Witcher. Why, he's the one slew the river beast.
What's true cannot be denied.
Now listen here, whatever your witcher's name is. Justice must be done, but on account of services you've rendered unto society, I'll show lenience. Pay a fine, right here, right now, to be used to equip my watchmen with new clubs, or die. That's the offer.
Nothing doing.
Kill the bastard!
Remember what I said about the details of Lorido's mansion? Well, some of those things include a ballistay that will stop ships from leaving without Lorido's permission, and a watchtower to oversee the whole village. This is because he wants to maintain control. It is arguably his defining trait. Menga, on the other hand, what we know about Menga is that he apparently worships the eternal fire, views the magically inclined as inevitable lawbreakers, and is likely a materialist according to the intel gathered by Triss. The problem with all of this is that none of it is consistent. We never see him engaged in any kind of worship of the Eternal Fire, nor does his office contain any shrines. Geralt is supposedly being closely watched in anticipation of him breaking the law, but nothing ever comes of it. And there is nothing in Menga's office to suggest that he is any more of a materialist than anyone else in Novigrad. It would have been far more interesting if Menga were a true fanatic, constantly hounding Geralt with witch hunters, interfering with his investigating, and acting as if he truly was a servant of the Eternal Fire. expending all of his energy toward hunting witches and seeing that they truly were brought to justice, for the glory of the eternal fire. But instead, we have about 2 scenes of just a regular guard captain who doesn't like witches. And now that he's dead, we are about an inch or 2 closer to finding Ciri. We kill everyone in the damned fortress, with the high walls, and the guards at the gate, and the armed men everywhere, and then we search Menga's office. We find a letter that details how to contact a spy. We also find a key to Dijkstra's treasure. We take the key to him, while Triss burns the fort down, because raging fires in city walls stay isolated, you see. Dijkstra isn't happy that we never told him that Dandelion stole the treasure, but fortunately he's happier that we found his treasure. He tells us where to meet the spy that was mentioned in Menga's letter, and we go off to see him. Triss shows up as well, and we both wait for the spy to appear. He comes inside and starts acting all defiant and stuff, so Triss starts torturing his nutsack. What the fuck? Why can't Geralt just use Axihex? It would save us time, and this poor bastard's balls would be free to hang. Whatever. We get the information, and then you can let Triss kill him or wipe his memory. Because murdering some dude that we know nothing about makes us the good guys somehow.
But I helped you. I helped.
It's not so bad, I promise.
Peacefully and gay.
How do you feel?
Base. Cruel. Vile.
Oh no, she's turning into Yennefer.
Said you had an idea about freeing Dandelion.
Yes. We know he's on the island, and he'll stay there until Menga orders him transferred to Oxenford, right?
Mm-hmm. Problem is, Menga's dead. So...
Well, why don't we just break into the prison? It somehow worked out great when we broke into that damned fortress, with the high walls, and the guards at the gate, and the armed men everywhere. The prison can't be too much worse.
No one else knows that. He could have escaped the fire. He could reappear. Him or someone very, very similar.
A Doppler?
Mm-hmm. Your old friend Dudu Biberveld impersonated the halfling merchant. Dandelion claimed he seemed more real than the original. So much so, Vivaldi gave him a loan of several 1,000 crowns without batting an eye.
Yeah, except Dudu's in hiding right now. Priscilla might know something, though.
Fingers crossed. Listen, there's one other thing I wanted to talk about. But not here, and definitely not now. Come by later when you have a moment? I'd appreciate it. All right. We need to get out of here.
So now we have to go and find Poopy so we can find Dandelion, and then find Ciri. We go to Priscilla for advice, and she says that Dudu enjoys plays that were put on by a troupe consisting of friends of his. And Geralt suggests writing a play that would lure Dudu out of hiding. We write the whole thing, present it to the Madame of the troupe, put on the play, and find Dudu. This is a lot of tedious busy work in my opinion, but it gets the job done. So now that we have Dudu, we can finally rescue my gigolo boyfriend. We fill him in on the plan, but he's not so sure. Zoltan tries to convince him.
Our best axe, no one will pester the commander of the Temple Guard. Besides, you're a Doppler and an actor and a Doppler. Got double the spark to improvise your way out of any situation. If things get spicy, you'll just nip round the corner and transform into a buxom wench, a jackdaw, or whatever else strikes your fancy.
So I've been thinking about this. What exactly are the limits of a Doppler's powers? They can transform into animals and people, but what about inanimate objects? Is there a size limit? Like, could a Doppler transform into a whale? They can transform into birds according to Zoltan, so is it any animal? What about insects? The reason I ask all of these questions is because being able to transform into even small animals makes Dopplers incredibly powerful. If one of them wanted to assassinate a king, Radovid for example, all they would have to do is fly over to his boat as a bird, transform into a dog or something, and then bite his jugular. Or maybe they could transform into a mouse and then sneak into his room while he sleeps. To make matters worse, Dopplers are not in short supply if manga is to be believed.
Speaking of metal, this goblet's silver. Making sure I'm not a Doppler?
Ah, it's immediately apparent. A professional. I find that refreshing. But to answer your question, one can never be too careful. You'd be surprised how many come here turn to rancid jelly as soon as they grip the goblet.
To make things worse even further, there is a side quest where Geralt hunts down a Doppler. When he finds it, not only does the Doppler mimic Geralt's appearance, but his abilities as well. Here, the Doppler is effectively using Gwen's shield. It actually deflects your blows. Does this mean that Dopplers can emulate magical abilities of those they copy? If they were to copy Ciri, could they use her teleportation ability? I am clearly putting more thought into this than any of the writers ever did. But that does not change the fact that it still exists in the game. They should have completely removed Dopplers from the game and had Dandelion be rescued some other way, because this messes up so much about the world and the story. We convince Dudu to do the thing, and we lie in wait for the convoy to bring Dandelion. They show up and we attack, but it turns out that one of the guards is running away with Dandelion, so we have to ride after them. We make it to the house that the guard has commandeered, sneak in through a back entrance, and kill the guard. We are now free to officially rescue Dandelion. You know, the first thing that comes to my mind is that his clothes look incredibly well maintained for someone who has been in prison for... how long was he in prison?
Priscilla! What are you doing here?
You alright? You had me worried sick.
Dandelion, you rascal! Got this lass to thank for his racing after yous. She chivied and chivied.
Shame you arrived too late to see us hoodwink that hunter. I had a plan all set, but then Geralt!
Dandelion, I need to ask you something. It's important, so focus. Where's Ciri?
Ciri? I thought, seeing how you're here, you haven't seen her? Well, I don't know where she is.
I know you tried to help her. Gotta say, I'm having trouble understanding why you went to Whoreson Jr. of all people.
No one else came to mind. Maybe, given more time, I'd have done things differently, but Ciri said the Wild Hunt was on her tail. Whoreson seemed pretty harmless by comparison.
Something went wrong.
So you've heard everything. I hope you're not mad. You can't be. My plan was perfect. Until we put it in motion. How was I supposed to know Manga was after Dudu?
Heard enough about your plan. Need to know what happened to Ciri now. When did you last see her?
We were on Temple Isle, running from Whoreson's men.
So Ciri and Dandelion are running toward the temple on Temple Island, but Ciri becomes wounded and is forced to teleport, while Dandelion is captured. Where were they planning to go exactly? The Temple Isle is exactly that, an island. Elevated several hundred feet above the sea, no less. Were they planning on seeking sanctuary or something? Because it sure didn't look like it. It just seems weird that they would run through several of Whoreson's men to what should be known as a definitive dead end. Anyway, Dandelion mentions that Ciri had plans to reverse some sort of curse. She went to Whoreson Jr. to get her box repaired, but she also had an incantation she needed to use. Fortunately, Dandelion managed to memorize the incantation himself, as Ciri would constantly repeat it to herself. I would question how Dandelion managed to memorize an incantation in a different language, but I can easily believe that a minstrel poet has knowledge of other languages, so I'ma let this go. So this is the end of the main story in Novigrad, but there is one more thing to do. Triss mentioned that she needed some help with something, so we are going to pay her a visit. Turns out she wants our help to get the local sorcerers out of Novigrad, and I'm honestly wondering why they don't just teleport away. But we'll move past that for now. we have to go to a party at the Vegelbund estate. And here we'll meet one of the hosts, who will provide details on how to proceed.
Just masks, right? Probably don't need to wear a doublet, do I?
A doublet, Geralt. And it's not up for discussion. Take care of that, then come and see me.
Why are the women in this game always trying to play dress up with me? Anyway, we go to the party and come across an old friend of Triss.
What are you doing here?
Little Miss Marigold. Well, well. And I was led to believe this would be an elegant affair.
Yes, I missed you too. But can we put that aside for now? Do you have a way out of Novigrad? You can join us if you want.
Join you? And just who would I join?
Your friends, among others. Once we've all gathered, I'll lead you.
You will lead. Forgive me, Marigold, but that is like allowing myself to be led by a lame duck. Farewell.
Didn't like that guy. Why'd you insist on talking to him?
He's an old friend.
Bit of a sourpuss if you ask me. We also run into General Voris again.
Moments ago... Oh, apologies. I mistook you for my friend, sir. He wears a similar mask.
General Voris.
Geralt of Rivia. So, I was not entirely mistaken.
Pleasure, as always. This is...
A beautiful and mysterious lady. Let us leave the formalities to the event's end, when all will remove their masks. More fun that way, wouldn't you agree?
I would, sir.
And now I must beg your pardon. I really must find Durgoth, and quickly. A lovely evening to you both.
This guy is such an incredible gentleman and a badass. I honestly wish that there was more of him in this game. Anyway, we talk with the Vegelbunds and they tell us to meet in the Hedge Mage after a time. We sit down with Triss and take some time to flirt.
Great view from here, and there's even wine. It's been so long since I've been to a feast, ball, or reception. Amazingly pleasant change from the sewers of Novigrad.
So, does this mean it's a good time to ask you about...
Yes?
About that mage we met earlier?
Oh, Maritz. What do you want to know?
How'd you meet?
Geralt, all mages know each other. Some are well over a century old. That's plenty of time to make acquaintances.
In that case, when did you meet him?
At a feast, long ago. He walked up and just blatantly offered to teleport us somewhere quieter.
So he can teleport two people at once? Do most sorcerers have that ability? Because if they do, I can think of a pretty good way to get the sorcerers out of Novigrad. We go play in the maze for a minute and Triss ends up in our arms. I could kiss her, but she is kind of drunk, and I wouldn't want Geralt to get slapped with a Title IX. We go to the stables, and Triss is preparing to ride off with her new friend. I see. It's because he's rich, right?
So where are we gonna get away to?
You? Nowhere. It's finally possible, probable even, that we can get all the mages out of Novigrad.
And once again, I must bring up teleportation. How many of the mages possess the ability to teleport others, as well as themselves? Perhaps one could argue that it would take a large amount of energy. Even so, with only a couple of mages teleporting once a day, or once a week even, you should be able to have all of them out of the city rather quickly.
You want to say goodbye?
Goodbye?
What happened at the fountain? It was my fault, I know. The wine went straight to my head. I'm sorry.
Oh, I knew it! She's already having regrets. They ride off together and we go say goodbye to Triss. However, it turns out that she needs our help again. We do some rescue work and then go and join the mages. Turns out there are roughly 24 mages down here. Anyone up for teleportation? No? Alright. We go on ahead and clear the path, and eventually make it to the ship.
Finally. You bloody took long enough.
Did you have time to look around? How's the ship?
Creaky piece of junk. Wood's rotting, sails are prone to rip like an old pair of knickers, and the...
Will we make it to Kavir?
provided you don't run into any storms.
Oh, for fuck's sake, teleport the bastards already! Get everyone on board and say one final goodbye to Triss. If you ask her to stay and say I love you, you get to romance Triss. And now I need to talk about the romance in this game. The only options for a long-term romance are Yennefer and Triss. I have already somewhat gone over why Yennefer is a bad option for virtually everyone, but what about Triss? In the first game, Triss was one of the two relationship options, the other being Shani. I very much prefer Shani as Triss was somewhat overbearing and a bit untrustworthy. However, no matter whom you decide is the better companion, the second game will always have you naked in a bed with Triss. In the second game, Triss is more of a main character. She is your only real romance option, and she has more of an impact on the plot than in the first game. I feel like she shines the brightest here, but similar to the first game, even if you decide to pursue her, the third game will make it so that you are back to being little more than friends. To make things even worse, Triss does not even seem interested in a relationship in the third game. It almost feels as though she is actively trying to get away from Geralt. She is also more of a side character than she had ever been previously. Only one mission with her has any impact on the plot, and it's a miracle that we even survived that damn fortress. With the high walls and the guards at the gate, she is just not all that interesting in this game. If you were to take her out, it would change very little about the story. Combining that with her constant attempts to get away from Geralt, and the fact that no matter how hard you romanced her prior to this, you will still be back at square one, I can safely say that Triss is not really worth it. I believe that whoever wrote the romance options in this game wanted Geralt to end up with Yennefer. Because even though she treats Geralt like shit, she is at the very least interested in having a relationship. I don't have any proof of this outside of what happens in the game, but it helps to explain why players would choose Yennefer over Triss, although I find myself disinterested in both of them. So you might think that we're done in Novigrad, but there is one more thing to do. Plot an assassination. Dijkstra says that Radovid is crap, and he has to go. If we were talking about Radovid from the first game, I would have to consider my decision. Maybe think about the good Radovid has done in spite of the bad. But in reality, Radovid is just a grumpy lunatic. We go to meet Dijkstra, and it turns out that Roach is in on the plot as well. They need my help to find their last member, who is in a cave somewhere. We track down their lost conspirator to a troll cave, and lo and behold, it's Taller. We send him back to Roach and Dijkstra, and then put this quest aside until later. And now we are done with the Novigrad section of the story. My biggest complaint with this section was just the tedium of it. It felt like I was constantly following divergent breadcrumbs, and I barely have anything to show for it. There were some problems with the story elements as well, the Oneiromancer being a one-off, the Dopplers being overpowered as hell, and Geralt always forgetting to use Axii Hex. I can personally overlook all of these things because they are just a small part of the story, but they are still an issue. For now, however, let's go to Velen. We begin our time in Velen by tracking down a spy who may know of Ciri's whereabouts. We go to a tavern on our way and come across some soldiers who belong to a local baron.
Oi, great boy. What's the point of having two swords?
Wonder if he keeps an extra prick in his trousers too. You fucking deaf?
Gonna say who you are? Or do I need to loosen your tongue with me knife?
Your response here will not only affect the current interaction, but will also cause things to change once you reach the Baron's Manor. The problem I have is that this is one of the very few examples of this being an RPG. I will expand on this statement later, but for now let's continue. No matter what you choose, the bartender will tell you where to find the spy. We go to the village and discover little more than snow-covered destruction. We fight off some monsters and speak with the sole survivor. He tells us that the Wild Hunt came to the village and destroyed it. We go to the spy's house and find him dead. After searching his writings, we find out that the Baron might know something about Ciri, so we go to his manor. If you killed his men, you will need to work a bit harder to get inside the gate. I went the friendly route, so I get in after a quick chat with the guards. We have a conversation with the Baron about Ciri, and he says that he has information about her, but he's only willing to share it if we find his missing wife and daughter. I have a question. Couldn't Geralt just use Axii Hex to get the information? Sure, it would be in poor taste, but the game lets you, and even makes you, do far worse things to far better people. Anyway, we do some investigating around the house and find a clue that suggests the missing persons had some magical involvement. The Baron points us to a local peller and a medicine woman at a nearby village. Both of these have their own story trail. The peller leads to the daughter, and the medicine woman leads to the mother. When we get to the peller's hut, he is being harassed by some of the Baron's men.
What do you want?
Want to talk to the peller.
Too late. We've got dibs on a chat with him. A long one.
Think you need to leave now.
Do we?
You do.
Well, let's go then.
Did Geralt really just Axii Hex a group of 5 men, with virtually no effort whatsoever? What exactly are the limits of this power? I'll get more into this in the gameplay section, but for now I hope you can at least see the cracks in the story because of this power's existence. We talk to the peller and he sends us on a quest to fetch his pet goat. Once we do that, he performs a ritual and tells us that the Baron's wife had a stillborn child. We take this information to the Baron and now we get the bigger picture.
Sit down. You beat them.
I never laid a finger on Tamara. Not once.
And on Anna?
That's another story. She always knew how to spark my ire.
Your wife. How'd she make you angry? Too much salt in the soup? Socks never darned?
20 years we've known each other. She's seen me drunk and sober. She was there to greet me when I returned the victor. She was there to patch me up in defeat. Like no other, she knew where to press, where to pinch, so it would hurt.
You beat her? For that? For criticizing you?
Oh, Witcher, you haven't a clue, have you? Well, perhaps I shall tell you about it one day. One day. But not today.
Expect me to believe you are a loving father to Tamara after that scene in the courtyard?
You're free to believe whatever you wish, but she was always the apple of my eye. She had the run of the place, ask anyone. She'd ride the horses, hunt with the men, at times join them on their rounds. And they'd send for her when I flew into a rage, for only she could calm me.
Make it sound like she led a charmed life. If that's the case, why'd she run?
I'd hardly need you if I knew.
You knew they had run away from the start.
Yes, I knew.
Why didn't you tell me? Wasted my time.
Say I had. Say I'd said I had troubles. Couldn't control my wife, my daughter. What kind of flaccid prick would you take me for?
Gotta admit, I do think you're a prick. Not because you couldn't control them, but because you drove them away.
What?
Don't play the idiot. You gave them no choice.
Anna and I. It wasn't as it seemed. Seems.
All right, I'm all ears. Tell me what happened. The truth this time.
I'd been soaking myself 3 days straight. Anna came to me, said they were leaving. I begged them to stay. She refused to hear it. I tried to stop her. She wriggled like an eel. We struggled. She fell. Last blasted thing I remember. Woke up in the morn, breeches heavy with my own piss. A large bump on my head. Sadly, they were gone. Know what that's like, Witcher? No. How the fuck could you? I was left with nothing. Nothing! Only the bottle.
What happened next?
Next? It only got worse. I awoke at sunset, not knowing how many days had passed. Thought it was all a ploughing, drunken nightmare. And then I went to the bedchamber, but Anna was not there. Instead, there was blood everywhere. I knew she'd miscarried. My breath short, my throat locked. I neared the bed and saw it. It lay there, a tiny thing, defenseless, on bloodied sheets, dead. And it was my doing.
Maybe you're doing, maybe not. But that amulet she wore could be important. Or maybe the fact that she lost it. What did you do with the child?
What was I to do? Took it out and buried it.
Just like that?
Damn you! I gave no thought to a funeral. It was a horror. I wanted it to end. That child had been my dream. I told Anna, the little one, our little one, to make things right. Yet she died before she could be born. Understand, Witcher? My child was dead.
I sympathize. I do.
Thank you. And know that I hope you find your Ciri.
Deal we made means I need to find Tamara and Anna first. Just so happens your unborn daughter might help us do that.
What? How?
Sometimes miscarried fetuses, if they don't get a proper burial, turn into botchlings.
Into fucking what?
A cursed creature that draws strength from killing pregnant women. Once it's strong enough, it attacks those who scorned it.
But how? How does it know?
Blood ties. They're a strong bond. A bond I want to use to find your family.
How?
One of two ways. Legends claim you can bury a botchling under the family's threshold, perform a ritual, and turn it into a lubberkin. That's a sort of, hob, a guardian spirit that could lead me to your family.
And the other way?
We kill it and draw some blood. Take that to the Peller and he does the rest.
Do not kill my child. It's suffered enough already. Lift the curse that it may finally rest in peace.
We head to where the Baron buried the child and come across my personal favorite monster. This is probably the most horrific creature in the game. It is both depressing and repulsive. We take it back to the house and bury it. Once it rises, it leads us to a farmhouse where we get some clues about the women we are trying to find. We travel along and find some more clues, some disemboweled horses. We eventually make it to a house where we find a family that helped the women flee the Baron's manor. They tell us that the daughter went to Oxenfurt, while the wife was taken away by some monster that likely killed her. We go to Oxenfurt and find the daughter, but she is completely unwilling to have anything to do with her father, going so far as to verbally disown him, which means that we now have to find the wife. So we go to the medicine woman, or witch, and it turns out to be Crea Mertz. I've never heard of her before, but apparently she's big in the book, so okay. We ask her about Ciri, and she says that someone else had recently asked about her as well. An elven mage who wore a mask. It is more than safe to assume at this point that it is the companions Ciri had on Skelligae. We go to the mage's hideout to look for clues and come across the Wild Hunt. We follow them through the cave until we are forced to fight one of them. This guy, Nithriel, can really kick your ass. If one member of the Wild Hunt is this powerful, then an army of them is bad news. We beat him and then search what is left of the mage's lab.
Ciri, this place is no longer safe. Do not tarry here long. Trust no one, and above all, beware the witches of Crookback Bog. Try to reach the place where last we were together.
So now we have to go visit the witches of Crookback Bog. We find our way through the swamp and come across a bunch of children who are being cared for by some old lady that they call Granny. They are not interested in telling me much of anything, so we have to hunt down a local godling for help. This is Johnny, everybody. Johnny is just fantastic. He's barely in the game and he's one of my favorite characters. Anyway, he convinces Granny to let us talk to the witches.
Ladies lovely, with power o'er all, beseech I thee, answer my call. Before you a worm crawls, wretched and small.
How dare you disturb our rest, woman?
I'm looking for the woman with ashen hair. I know you met her. Where is she?
Oh, he's impatient. Perhaps he only likes ashen-haired girls.
The young woman. She's my daughter by choice. I raised her.
If she's shapely, what does it matter?
Matters to me.
I believe we've hit a nerve. He's bubbling like well-fed yeast. Oh, that's how I likes him.
It's clear you met her. Tell me everything.
That was blunt. Well, perhaps it's for the best. Tell me, have you got bollocks? Do you fear woodland beasts?
Oh, hard times are upon this white-haired one. Brother has turned against brother. The land is soaked in blood. Evil reigns stronger than ever before.
A dark power has surfaced near Downwarren. It feeds on hatred and disdain. Destroy the beast, and we will be grateful. Tell you all we know about this ashen-haired maid.
Dark power? You need a knight-errant, or a witch hunter, not a witcher.
The alderman of Downwarren will tell you all. Remember to collect payment from him after you complete your task.
Now this is the big decision of this chapter. You can either kill the spirit like the witches want, free the spirit by bringing it a horse to possess, or the third option, free it before you even talk to the witches, which is what I did for this playthrough. The difference in results will be revealed later on, but for now all you need to know is that you have options. Once you make your choice, you will have to go get the ear of one of the village people and bring it to the witches.
Sheathe your weapon, young man!
He's even lovelier in real life.
In real life, you're different than you were in the tapestry.
Well, bring it here!
Bring it, not ogle it.
Never seek to cross us again.
We shall forgive you this transgression, for you've done well. Your children are plump as piglets, sweet as caramel.
But now we must talk to our white-haired friend.
I know that mark. This is Anna, the wife of the Baron of Crow's Perch.
She belongs to no man.
A fruit ripened in her womb. A fruit sprouted from seeds sown by a man she detested.
We helped her. She agreed to serve. She bears the mark. She is ours. Come. It is another woman who interests you. Speak, white-haired one.
Our deal. I did my part, now you do yours.
A word once given, we never break. The girl. Mousy blonde. That's what they call it.
Thin as a rail, terrified, exhausted. She could barely stand, the poor thing.
We cared for her as best we could. Like she was our own daughter.
Wasted affection. She proved a very naughty girl.
Mischievous, stubborn, and selfish.
Don't believe you. They say you always keep your word, so tell me everything, exactly as it happened.
We shall tell you, brave boy. We knew someone supposed to arrive. We read beast entrails, saw the omens.
We would glimpse her likeness, a mirage in a puddle. She came from the lower swamp.
We knew not at first it was her the omens had spoken of.
A child of the elder blood, the soul seed that would burst into flame.
She fell into our hands.
Elder blood! The blood of the traitress. Does she sleep?
Like a lamb.
Come, sisters, no point in dawdling. The table's set. The cauldron bubbles.
We cannot! You know she is meant for him!
Emlyrith will get her. He will, but not whole.
Well said. We'll just have a sample.
I'll take her feet. Lovely. Plump. Perfect for a broth.
Oh, I can taste it already. Very well. Get on with it!
So now we know that the witches tried to eat parts of Ciri, and that they have enslaved the Baron's wife, and that they probably literally eat children. Geralt engages all of them in combat.
And if you find her, the girl will die. I'll be seeing you, handsome knight.
Or they just walk away and we let them go. Well, I guess they're probably pretty tough, even for a veteran witcher like Geralt. So we will go to the Baron and get his assistance. We return to the Baron and tell him about his daughter and wife. He is surprisingly willing to let his daughter choose her own path, but he wants our help to kill the witches. First off, however, we gotta learn about what happened to Ciri. There are scenes with Ciri prior to the one at the forest, but that one is the first in the story sequence, so to make it less confusing, I showed it first. After fleeing the witches, Ciri happens across a little girl and then a local villager. The villager takes the two of them to the Baron in hopes of collecting the reward for the Baron's missing family. So the Baron's family was missing before Ciri arrived. Okay, bear with me here. When you follow the Hob, it takes you to a place where you can find clues about the Baron's family, specifically footprints, clothes, and a dead horse. This means that the Baron's family ran away quite recently, because if not, then all three of those things would either be washed away or completely eaten. Keep that in mind because I'm not done with it yet. The Baron takes a liking to Ciri and lets her stick around for a while. They end up going on a hunt and are attacked by a cockatrice. Ciri is forced to teleport to save the Baron's life, and because of this, she is afraid that the Wild Hunt will find her, so she leaves the Baron's manor. Now that we're done with that, the Baron tells us exactly why his family left him. I consider this to be a highlight of the game, so I will let it play in full.
You still think me rotten to the core. A base bastard, don't you? You believe I alone am at fault for what happened here.
Actually, that's exactly what I think.
The world might seem black and white to you witches, but for us common folk, it's shades of grey. As is my family's story.
Probably gonna say you're not the only one to blame. All right then, I'm willing to hear your side of the story.
With Annie, it was love at first sight. A spear tore through my shoulder at the Battle of Anchor. She tended to my wound. Once I'd recovered, I asked her to marry me. She wept with joy. Soon after, Tamara was born. And after that, they sent me to Sidaris. A warlord had risen against King Ethan, and Foltest sent help. It was one battle to the next. One conflict after another. It was a life of war. I was seldom home, and I found comfort in drink. Grew so fond of hooch, I couldn't part with it when I did get home.
All right. What then?
I went from front to front, battle to battle, collecting soldiers' coin, while Anna sat alone with the babe for months. Later, I learned she'd not been so alone after all. For nearly 3 years, she'd found comfort in the arms of one Evan, a childhood friend, a dog's bunghole. Understand, damn it? One tussle in the hay I'd have waved aside, put it out of my mind. But the woman cuckolded me for years, without a whisker of concern for me, for my love.
How'd you find out?
Came home one day and Anna was gone. The things too. Found a letter. She wrote that she didn't love me. That she'd left me for that knob licker and taken Tamara with her. Felt like I'd been rammed in the arse by a horse. I went to find the bugger, to get the girls back, bring them home. Yet soon as I saw him, something turned inside me, something dark. I slaughtered the shit-eating twat and fed his carcass to the dogs.
Imagine Anna wasn't exactly pleased.
Ha! Bloody understatement if I've ever heard one. She flew into a fit, hysteria, threw herself at me, kicking and clawing. Finally grabbed a knife. It would have been the end of me if I'd not leapt aside. It was the first time I hit her. I had to calm her. Felt I had no other means. Things changed. They would never be the same. Anna tried to take her own life, and mine, several times. She would prod me, goad me, taunt me, in the hope I would hit her again, perhaps. She'd scream that I'd robbed her life of love, that I'd destroyed the idea for her and so might as well kill her. How many times I apologized. How many armfuls of blooms and gifts I brought. She cared not a bit. 2 years of her anger had turned to indifference, broken at times by her bouts of hysteria and my bouts of drunkenness. Cannot fathom how we survived those years, but we did. Though as you know now, not everything was as it might have seemed.
You're right. Faults on both sides, yours and hers.
I'm content that you finally see that. Very well then. If you won't bring Anna home, you might at least tell me how she landed in that blasted swamp.
She made a pact with the crones and... well, I think she might have lost her mind.
A pact? What the bloody hell?
She was with child, a child she didn't want to bear. Went to the crones for help. They promised to rid her of the problem in exchange for a year of her service. And they kept their word, in their own twisted way.
What do you mean?
Anna must have thought the child inside her would somehow disappear. Instead, the crones sapped her of strength, and ultimately forced her body to miscarry. I think that's when she started to lose her mind. Then they placed magic tethers on her, tethers that cause great pain when tested. A guarantee she'll pay off her debt.
A pact with witches? Bloody nightmare, sounds like some jest. We must get her out. We can't leave her there.
Venturing into the swamp, even with armed men, is just a bad idea. It's a dangerous place inherently, and I think those crones are a greater threat than anyone realizes.
I'll not sit on my arse waiting for them to return her. Would you wait? Count on their mercy if they had your daughter?
Probably not, but I'm a witcher.
And I'm a husband and a father who's fucked up his life and the lives of his loved ones. I'll gather my men, go there and retrieve Anna.
This is the best character in the game by far, and quite possibly one of the best in the video games. He did terrible things to his family, and he regrets it indefinitely. He is shown to be an excellent friend to his men and Ciri, but the one thing he cares about the most has been a complete failure, due in large part to his mistakes. I honestly wish I could help the guy beyond just finding his family, but the most I could possibly do at this point is help him rescue his wife.
I've no more tales of Ciri to offer you, but go with me and I'll be generous with what I do have. Very generous.
Extra coin never hurt.
Ha! True indeed. I'll round up my men and ride to Downwarren. You can join us there.
Fine. Sounds good.
You have got to be fucking kidding me. I wasn't going to mention this, but now I am. The fact that Ciri happened to teleport near the witches, and that the Baron's wife made a pact with the witches is just a coincidence, right? Then, Ciri finds her way to the same Baron's house and becomes his buddy. I would be happy to accept all of this, even if it is a coincidence. But this is unbelievably contrived. Not to mention the fact that Geralt can recognize this thing from a description from a dead guy that talks worse than fucking Sloth. How the hell did it end up here anyway?
Where'd you find him?
Funny story, actually. I won him in a game of cards.
Funny story? How so?
Went to Novigrad once to rest, indulge in the city's pleasures. Stayed at a tavern and some folk there were playing, so I joined in. Cards were kind that day. Had one devilish hand after another. Robbed the whoresons blind. One fellow, a merchant, took it especially hard. He'd gambled away everything he'd brought from Skelligae. Wanted terribly to play another hand, so I agreed. Asked him what he had to wager, and he showed me that sideshow. Not much in it for me, but fuck it, I thought. I'll give the man a chance to win something back. Luck was not with him, and Uma wound up here at Crow's Perch. End of story.
You went to Novigrad once and won it in a game of cards? Where were you keeping it? I've been all over your state and never saw it once. I've even been in your stable. Granted, it was on fire, but fuck. Anyway, we get permission to take the thing to Khar. But before we get into that, I'm going to finish the Baron's quest. We go to the forest, and after some fighting, we save Anna. Now this is one of the few points in the game where your decisions come into play. The problem is, this result feels kind of random. If you freed that tree spirit we talked about earlier, then Anna ends up dead, and the Baron kills himself out of guilt or heartbreak, I suppose. If you kill the tree spirit, then Anna lives, but her mind is broken, so the Baron takes her to a faraway place in hopes of having her mind restored. Then there is the third option, free the spirit before you meet the witches, and Anna lives, but her mind is broken, so the Baron takes her to a far, far away place in hopes of having her mind restored. Not being able to have a completely happy ending is completely reasonable given the whole situation, but why did it have to be because of a fucking tree? I feel like you could have made it something more obvious, maybe even keep it the way it is, but make it clear what will happen if you make either decision. The way it is just feels kind of arbitrary. Now that we have that out of the way, there is one thing left to do in this chapter. Remember Kreia Mertz? Well, she needs our help with something, and what kind of witcher would we be if we didn't help a sorceress in need? She wants us to investigate a supposedly haunted tower on a lake island. We go there and find that a wraith haunts the tower. She tells me what happens to her.
I'm special. Always was. The rare beauty. The Lord's daughter. These lands, as far as the eye can see, were ours. My family and I, we hid in the Mage's Tower to await the war's end, the end of hard times. It was not to be forever.
Mage who lived here. Who was he?
Alexander? I hardly knew him. He spent most of his time locked away in this tower. He's dead too, you know. They're all dead. Mountains of corpses, yet I stand here alone, all alone. They've all abandoned me. Even he who promised me everlasting love. You will abandon me as well.
If I can lift the curse, you yourself will be free to leave. Tell me what happened here. Peasants sailed to the island to ask for food. Is that true?
No. They came to rob and kill. They thought us rich, believed we'd stowed ourselves away here to laugh at their misery. Yet we had little food as well. Too little to share with those who came. They slaughtered everyone. I heard my father cry out, but the mage told me not to reveal myself or let anyone in. He gave me a potion. If I was discovered, I was to drink it. He said everything would be all right.
What kind of potion was it? Remember its smell? What it looked like?
I remember only that I feared to drink it.
Didn't trust the mage?
In the village, they claimed he meddled in disease. Not curing it, but causing it. They said he lured rats into the tower, infected them with the Catriona. Only rumors, surely, but I was afraid. So horribly afraid. And then I heard him. My beloved Graham. He called to me. I opened the door for him, but others rushed in. They lunged at me and...
Your beloved failed to save you. Why?
There were too many. Leave her be, he shouted. He grabbed at them, tried to stop them. They just laughed.
Did they hurt you?
They gripped my arms, tore at my dress. I managed to free myself and drink the potion, and then... nothing.
Poisoned. That how you died?
No, for I later awoke. I was alone, it was dark. Only there were rats everywhere. Dozens. Hundreds. And I couldn't move.
Sleeping potion. Effects hadn't worn off yet. You were paralyzed.
They were everywhere. All over me like insects. My face, my hands. I felt them rip open my skin, then crawl into my stomach. They tore me apart, and I could not even scream. Have I not suffered enough? Why can't I leave this place?
Now this is quite honestly my favorite side quest in the game. It is a horrifying tragedy that justifies the curse on the place. And the thing about the rats is just terrifying to me. This quest feels the most in line with how curses should work. Humans doing great evil that leads to an angry, bitter soul coming back to seek vengeance. And the fact that she feels abandoned by the man she loved just seals it. We go to her boyfriend and tell him that we need his help to lift the curse. He comes inside and expresses his love for the girl.
I was sure you was dead. If I'd known otherwise, I'd never have left you. I'd do anything for you, I would. You know that well. Believe me, I beg you.
Prove it. Kiss me.
Graham, careful.
At last.
I'm not sure if this is a happy ending or not. I can dream. Now that we have that cleared up, we go back to Kreia for our reward. She takes us out to dinner, and afterwards we get hanky-panky under the stars. To be completely honest, I kind of wish she was a relationship option. I like her better than either Triss or Yen. Plus, I think it would be 10 times funnier to have the threesome scene be a foursome. Once we wake up from our night of pleasure, we find that Kreia has gone to the tower we cleared. We go after her, and it turns out that she has taken some documents from the tower that relate to the Catriona plague. She wants to use the information to try and find a cure, while also using them to convince Radovid that she could be useful to him. Quite frankly, she's a fucking idiot for thinking Radovid could be persuaded to let so much as a juggler go without execution. We convince her to go to Khar, and then we take Uma and head there ourselves. I pretty much sped through this chapter because I don't have that many complaints about it. There are a couple of quests I might call tedious, but it's nowhere near Novigrad. I also think that Uma being with the Baron is stupidly contrived, but overall it was a pretty great chapter. The Baron is already a great character, and the monsters in this section are some of the best that the game has to offer. Seeing as I technically played these 3 sections in reverse, I think I can safely say that the order makes little difference in terms of the story. I will also say that the story gets progressively worse if you do it in the normal order, from the opening to Velen, Novigrad, then Skelligae, and finally, Khar fucking Morhen. Now that we have Uma, and have put to rest numerous side quests, we can finally head to Khar Morhen. Unfortunately, we get stopped by Ymir's troops along the way. The Emperor wants an update, and Geralt begrudgingly agrees. We arrive to find Ymir doing some actual ruling for once, because up to this point his only interaction with Geralt has been quest-giving.
Imperial Majesty, our spies report that the garrison at Ban Gleen consists almost wholly of mercenaries.
Bribery, then?
We stand to lose exactly no men in battle.
And we stand to lose less time. Very well. Give the orders. Then set sail.
As you wish. At once!
Your Imperial Majesty, Yennefer.
I did not have you brought here for an exchange of courtesies. Report.
I don't take orders from you? Why the fuck is that an option? As far as Ymir is concerned, we do take orders from him. And if Geralt was in any way concerned with keeping the skin on his back intact, he would never say something like that.
Is the key to finding her.
I give you 3 solid leads. Trails as fresh as morning dew. The aid of my spies and my court sorcerers. Yet in my daughter's stead, you bring me this monstrosity? I hope you have more to say. For your sake.
Listen, I'm looking for a needle in a haystack. A needle that at any moment can...
It's a difficult task, I know this. What of it? Listen to me. I rule the largest empire the world has ever known. I wage a war against the North, command men in tens of thousands, while at home the trade corporations and nobles seek to depose me. You cannot expect me to pity you the difficulty of your task.
Thank you, Ymir. Now, before we go any further, let's talk about Ymir. I like him up to a point. I like the sound of his voice, and I like his no-nonsense attitude. The major problem I have is that he is a glorified quest giver that takes more shit from Geralt than anyone in his position ever would. It's time for another comparison. In the first game, King Foltest commissions Geralt to attempt saving his daughter from a curse. He also has a no-nonsense attitude, making it explicit that if you fuck around, you gonna get fucked.
If you must slay her, do it quickly, cleanly. If you fail, and my daughter suffers, those dear to you will suffer too.
I understand, sire.
Good.
Ymir is quite similar in a number of ways. The thing about his daughter, getting straight to the point on what he wants. The difference is that Foltest actually does stuff. The first time we see him, he is walking through an active war zone, telling his advisors to shut the hell up. He has conversations with Radovid about politics. He talks with that Nilfgaardian ambassador about the Ballistae. These are just a few of the different interactions Foltest has in relation to his surroundings. The only time we see Ymir do anything other than ask about Ciri is at the beginning of this scene. On top of that, there is the fact that Geralt talks to Foltest with the respect you would expect of someone talking to a king. Presumably because Foltest would have his neck if he did otherwise. On the other hand, Geralt can say and do all manner of disrespectful things to Ymir, and suffer not even so much as a slap on the wrist. I have heard many say that Ymir is an amazing character, and I'm going to say that he barely even is one. He looks cool and he sounds cool, but he barely does anything. This is more disappointing than anything because I really wanted to see this guy in action. The guy planned the death of motherfucking Foltest. I wanted to see a spy master in action, a guy that could manipulate and scheme his way to victory. So now that we're done with Ymir, it's time to return to Kaer Morhen.
So, how do we lift Uma's curse?
We must take him to Kaer Morhen. Oh, and Geralt, forgive me, but I'm unable to teleport you, Uma, and Roach, so...
Well, that's fine, but at least take Uma with you so I can make better time.
Here, probably better if you keep it.
Of course. I'm off.
Oh, you lazy bitch! Seriously, her taking Uma would cut maybe a week off my travel time. Do you know how fucking hard it is to travel on horseback with the equivalent of a child? I know she can teleport at least one other person with her, and a good distance too. Whatever, we make our way to the castle and Vesemir meets us at the gate.
Been away quite a while.
Too long.
And your journey, how was it?
Calm, if you don't count the forked tail that flew over our heads a few miles back. Passenger got a little restless.
What have we here? Multiple deformities. Eyes, ears, nostrils, a hair lip. And is this... Now, calm down. Yennefer was right on one count. Thing sure isn't pretty.
Yen's here already?
And how?
You two argue?
Geralt, I understand she's a... well, how do I put this? Emancipated, strong-willed woman.
The word you're looking for is cunt.
But do manners count for nothing? She teleports in, not even a nice to see, jumps right into a we've a curse to lift, there's this to do and that. So Eskel and Lambert get going. Then she went to the guest room to rearrange things. Through the bed, off the balcony.
She fucking what?
Shame. That was a good bed.
Said the same myself. Solid oak frame, down mattress. Triss always said she... now I see.
You see that Yen is a cunt? After we are done talking with Vesemir, we head inside to see Yen. And I'm not gonna lie, Kaer Morhen looks amazing. I was minorly worried that they would change the design like some games do when it comes to revisiting locations from older titles, but I'm very happy with the place. Even the interior is close to the first game. Although I think it's a bit larger, and some of the levels are blocked. It would have been neat if we could explore the entire interior, but I guess it's fine the way it is. We make our way up to Yennefer, who is currently having some troubles. I am going to let this shit play in full. Let us listen.
Damned crystal!
You decide to blow us up?
Geralt, I'm in no mood for jests, especially dull ones.
Need to blow off steam? Go ahead, just not on me. Find some other target. I don't know, throw another bed off the balcony.
Ha ha ha. So it's to be dull jokes after all.
Rather have a serious conversation? We can do that if you prefer. So upset about Triss, you gotta take it out on the furniture?
Would you prefer I take it out some other way? Know what? We should end this discussion before I say something I'll regret.
But I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Is that so? Very well then. Listen, you shagged my friend for upwards of a year. I cannot know what your witch's code says on the matter, but ordinary folk would consider it obscene, base, vile. I try not to think about it. That stupid bed was making it difficult. That's that.
First off, cunt, how did you know that I used that specific bed with Triss? According to Geralt at the beginning of the game, you have never been to Kaer Morhen. You haven't seen Triss as far as I know, so she couldn't have told you. Vesemir and Eskel wouldn't have said anything, and even though Lambert's an asshole, even he wouldn't have said anything. I did not tell you explicitly, so that leaves one option. You read my fucking mind. Remember this little gem of a line?
Besides, you know there are things I'd rather not know about you.
Yeah, turns out that was a fucking lie. Second, if you hated the bed that much, you could have just asked Vesemir to move it. You came here and destroyed something that did not belong to you, effectively spitting on Vesemir's hospitality. Thirdly, you broke into someone's private laboratory during a funeral. That is base. You unleashed a magic storm that could have potentially killed people across the island. That is vile. You performed necromancy and drained a holy place of its life. That was obscene. All while you had knowledge of a wish-granting djinn that you decided to use selfishly in order to confirm your fucking feelings! You only hold this standard when it applies against you personally. You have no right to judge me. And if you could get over yourself for a few minutes and do some self-reflection, you might find that infidelity is way down a list of problems with your life. And finally, you know full well that witchers suffer from libido because of their mutations. Couple that with memory loss and the fact that you were nowhere to be found, and you should be fully understanding of why this happened. If you actually gave a shit about Geralt, you would have forgiven him for this because you are his friend. Better yet, take it up with Triss. She is more at fault than I am, especially if she knew that you and I were a thing. So Yennefer, with all the sincerity I can muster, go to hell, you insufferable self-righteous skunk. Yennefer gets mad and teleports us to a lake, like the fucking child she is. Hopefully now you can see why I hate the bitch. After all that, we go and help Eskel with his little mission. Eskel is fine in this game, but he is a bit sidelined compared to everyone else. After him, there's Lambert. Lambert is a sourpuss. He's constantly griping about something and being a sarcastic jackass. To be fair to him though, Geralt likes to egg him on. I imagine that the writers meant for this to be friendly banter or verbal sparring, but I consider it to be mean-spirited and annoying. Geralt says stuff like this throughout the whole game. He talks shit to Emir, to Dijkstra, and even Yennefer if you pick the right options. The thing that bothers me is that I cannot find very many examples of this in previous games. Geralt was straightforward more often than not when talking to people, making either direct threats or demanding that the point be made. Maybe Yen has rubbed off on him somehow. The two of them are clearly written to be an item, even if I won't allow it. The bigger issue I have here is with Lambert. His complaints about being forced into witcherdom are understandable, but this was done far better with Berengar from the first game. Lambert's reminiscing about his life and being forced into the role of a witcher amount to little more than some whining. It doesn't really play into the story at large. It's just a way to try and give Lambert some backstory, which would be fine if he wasn't such an insufferable prick about it. There are ways to do this without making me hate Lambert in the process. For example, in the second game, there is a scene with Letho where he and Geralt exchange a drink. During this moment, Letho explains everything he did and why he did it. You could have had something similar where Lambert offers Geralt a drink, whilst asking if he ever regrets becoming a witcher. Something that makes me want to hear what he has to say, instead of making me want to skip all of his dialogue because he's a sarcastic, whiny asshole. The reason I brought up Berengar earlier is because he has similar regrets about becoming a witcher. Except his plight is actually relevant to the story. You see, Berengar was captured by the Salamandra shortly before the events of the first game. He then spins a story about what happened, telling Geralt that he sees no difference between witchers and the criminal organization.
What's your connection to Salamandra?
What the hell? It's a simple story. They found me some time ago and the professor made me an offer I couldn't refuse. You know the kind. Help us or we'll feed you your balls. I did what I had to do. It's funny. They remind me of witchers. Never had a choice, with them or you. The witchers made me a mutant. The professor made me a criminal. An outcast twice over. I escaped as soon as I could. They got nothing out of me. I didn't sell anyone out. And then I came here.
Berengar is actually lying here, as he will tell us later.
Berengar?
I betrayed Khar Morhen's location to the Salamandra leader. Then I helped them with their research. I was hunting the beast in the outskirts of Vizima when they captured me. I escaped and ran into Kalkstein, accepting his offer to open the tower in the swamp. That's when they nabbed me again. They weren't as nice the second time around. Finding Alvin, bringing him to them was the only way I could save my skin.
Why are you telling me this?
I wanted to tell you to your face. See that famous icy glare of yours?
Enough, traitor. I don't hear remorse. All I hear is self-pity. You hate what the Witchers did to you, all right. But you joined a group that subjects children to experiments with mutagens. Get out of my sight.
Draw your sword.
I don't advise this. You can't win.
Berengar is both a traitor and a kidnapper. Many of the problems that Geralt faced were because of him. But Berengar doesn't see it that way. He sees all of it as an act of self-preservation. And because he was never given the choice to become a Witcher, he could not technically betray them. It is then up to Geralt to decide if Berengar's actions warrant death. Honestly, this should have been one of the small carryover decisions instead of the major plot points of the second game. A slight cameo or mention of Berengar's fate would have been a nice touch. But we'll have to settle with a scavenger hunt, I guess. Anyway, back to the boring bunch. With everything in place, we are set to begin the ritual. Yennefer uses the Trial of the Grasses, the method used to turn people into witchers, in order to lift the curse. How an alchemical process used to mutate humans can lift a curse, I'll never know, because they will never tell me. Probably would have been nice to have a wish right about now, huh, Yen? We stay up late, waiting for the ordeal to be over, and at last Yen is finally ready to lift the curse.
Nevid, Kariva, Endir!
Geralt, the phylactery, open it!
Canitag, Taran Anadir, Div!
This is Ciri's elven mage friend, Avallac'h. Now, before we go any further, we need to talk about Ciri's journey, and how it makes no fucking sense. The first place Ciri visited when she returned was Skelligae. Shortly after arriving, she is chased by the Wild Hunt and forced to teleport to Velen. Once there, she receives hospitality from the Baron, who is currently missing his family. This is the first time that Ciri is in a position for Emir's spies to report her location. After doing a teleport, Ciri moves on to Novigrad, where she makes herself rather obvious. She is then forced to teleport back to Skelligae, where Avallac'h then takes her to the Isle of Mists. Avallac'h is then transformed into Uma, and over time is delivered to the Baron. Now, it is important to note just how much time has passed since all of this happened. Uma is already at the Baron's by the time Geralt arrives. We know this because the Baron got Uma in Novigrad, and the Baron never leaves his estate once we arrive. Furthermore, the Baron says that he went to Novigrad once. Again, I'm not sure if this is a translation thing, but when people say that they went to a place once, they do not mean recently. If I told you that I went to Japan once, or Poland once, that would mean that I went there at least a couple of years ago. We will be very generous and say that he went a month ago, because that is probably what was intended. Add on top of that a month with the merchants that lost Uma to the Baron, and maybe a week or so to the time spent in Skelligae. First off, I don't know how Dandelion survived for that amount of time in prison. You would think that given the execution-happy state of things, he would be long dead. Not to mention that his clothes are not even so much as dirty when we find him. There is also the thing I mentioned with the Baron's family. Footprints and horse carcasses don't last for months, especially when large carnivorous monsters roam everywhere. Then there is the Wild Hunt. They track Ciri almost instantly in some cases, but take months in others. They are at Avallac'h's cave at the same time as you. They raid a village about the time you arrive in Velen, and their snow apparently lasts a really long time. At the part where they raid Hindrsfjall, Avallac'h is not even Uma yet. Then, when you arrive a month or two later, the snow is still all over the place. Maybe it's magic snow or something, but even so, why wouldn't the townspeople have removed it by now? Then finally, there is Avallac'h himself. What exactly was his plan here? He puts Ciri into a sleep state and then transports her to the Isle of Mists. As far as he knows, she was the only one with the information to lift the curse. Was he planning on leaving there until his curse wore off or something? Because I don't think most curses wear off very fast, if at all. I also don't understand the travel pattern. He leaves the shores of Hindirsfjall here. Then he takes Ciri to the Isle of Mists here. Then he transports himself back to Hindirsfjall so that Skjall can catch a glimpse of him before passing out again? I'm gonna be honest, I think the reason things happen this way is because the writers wanted the player to have the feeling of being right behind Ciri the whole way through the different chapters. I think this could have worked out better if Uma was taken out of the game entirely. He's basically a red herring that could have been replaced with a map on a wall, instead of sending us on a wild freak chase across the Northern Kingdoms. It's just an okay story element that becomes a chore on subsequent playthroughs. Now that we have that out of the way, it's time for the main event. We gotta rescue Ciri and fight the Wild Hunt. This next section is the main reason I made this video. What happens at this section is so unbelievably stupid that it makes most of the characters look like massive fucking retards. Avallac'h says that once we get Ciri, the Wild Hunt will know where she is and come for her. Vesemir thinks it would be best to face the Wild Hunt, rather than have Ciri run for the rest of her life.
And she won't get a second chance. Time we, the hunted, became the hunters. Geralt will find Ciri and bring her here, and the hunt will follow.
You had me up until you said that. Bringing Ciri to Kaer Morhen is a terrible idea. For one thing, this castle is mostly in ruin. Breaks in the wall, unstable structures, and I'm sure someone forgot to mention this to Vesemir, but the Wild Hunt has a fucking army. How many people do we have here? You can't fight the army of the Wild Hunt with just 5 or 6 people, right? Because that would totally make the Wild Hunt look like fucking pansies that never fought a battle in their life.
We plan to fight them. We 5? In a crumbling castle.
Do we have a choice, besides delaying the inevitable?
Yes, Vesemir, I can think of several places that would be a better choice. Did you think you could write that in there and no one would question it? Even if I didn't have a better idea, there would have to be a better idea. We have all the time we could possibly need to find someone with an army to help us. Doing what Vesemir suggests is fucking stupid, and would only end with all of us fucking dead. So it's time to search for alternatives. First off, we go to Skelligae and ask Khar for help.
But I need to ask you a favor. A big one.
Tell me, friend.
Ciri. I know where she is, but I also know that as soon as I reach her, the Wild Hunt will know I did. They'll come after us, attack, and we'll need to respond with strength. Can I count on you?
The Black Ones first, now Wraiths. Such is life. Bring her here, and we'll face them in battle.
We can only fight them at Kaer Morhen? What?
Can't risk your men's lives. Kaer Morhen, we fight them there, nowhere else.
Are you fucking kidding me? Why did you even come here then, Geralt? Khar has his own army. This castle is built into the side of a cliff. There is no better place to go. You don't want to risk his men? The alternative is death, you fucking moron! Next we go to Emhyr. He says that he can defend Ciri and Vizima, but Geralt doesn't want to put the townspeople at risk. It's just too bad that there isn't a place that happens to be in the wilderness with thousands of Nilfgaardian troops, because if there were, it would be a perfect place to defend Ciri against the fucking army of the Wild Hunt! Emphasis on the army. He is more than willing, however, to lend us a banner of men. on the condition that General Vorus leads them. Now, this is actually pretty reasonable. Vorus has been the friendliest character in the game. Nearly every interaction he has had with Geralt has been positive. The two of them would make a great team against the Hunt.
Send a banner with you. On one condition. General Vorus will lead it.
Can't agree to that.
What? Why the fuck not, Geralt? You came here specifically to get an army, and when Emir offers a banner, you refuse because General Vorus has to lead them? Are you worried about betrayal or something? Because soldiers don't need a commander present for that. And once again, I have to stress this, you are going against the fucking army of the Wild Hunt. It would absolutely be worth the risk by taking the Nilfgaardian soldiers, because the alternative is certain fucking death. But whatever, Geralt is too fucking stupid to see that he is shooting himself in the head, so off we go to Ciri. When we reach the Isle of Mists, we come across a couple of dwarves that got lost in the isle. They are watching over Ciri's unconscious body. I don't know why we needed a Snow White reference, but whatever. They tell us that Ciri is dead, and then we get a 2-minute scene where the game pretends that she's not going to come back to life when everyone who's older than 5 knows that she's going to come back to life. Honestly, just cut the bullshit already. Just knock it down to a minute and stop wasting our time. Anyway, she wakes up and the two of them catch up a bit. It's fine, but what about the Wild Hunt? Oops, they're here already. That was quick. Time to teleport back to Khar Morhen. We get back and Yen comes to greet us. Triss is here as well. I also managed to get help from Zoltan, Letho, Kreia, Roach, Bess, Ermion, as well as Hjalmar and some of his men. In total, we have about 16 people. 16 people against the army of the Wild Hunt. We gon' die. Now, you might be asking yourself, what happens if we recruit none of them? Well, what changes if we just go straight to Ciri and fight the Hunt with just the 6 of us? Not a damn thing. It will all play out the same, with or without them. They are nothing but fan service. All are put here to make you feel accomplished with your superfluous collection. There is one difference in that Lambert has a risk of dying in the fight if you don't recruit Kreia. But you can save him by just listening to him bitch while you do his earlier quest for Yen. I got it by accident on my first playthrough, and I was pretty apathetic towards him as well. Anyway, once we say our hellos, Yennefer rapes my face, and Ciri and Vesemir head up to the castle.
Time's short. Wild Hunt will be here soon.
Would you like a moment to yourselves?
Yes, I'm gonna bone my girlfriend.
It's a simple question. Do you want some time alone?
Only if you really don't mind? Okay, listen, to anyone who says that Yen and Geralt belong together, I have a question. Why do you think that? My answer is that the game tries to make you feel bad for picking Triss. The dialogue options you are given for Yennefer specifically have Geralt trying to go easy on her, if not forcing you to agree outright. Yennefer is not a good person, nor does she treat Geralt with much respect. I hate to be that asshole in the shitty Gillette ad, but Geralt ain't gonna be a simp on my watch. We ask Yen to leave, but she can't help herself from being a cockblocker.
Spread out high and...
Hey Yen, I've got a song picked out, just for you.
Oh, fuck, shit, bitch, damn cocksucker, pussy, asshole, cunt, motherfucking dirty whore, shat onto my lunch, piss, cunt, damn bitch, suck my dick, Jesus, Harold Christ, shit, bitch, cocksucker, goddamn motherfucker, pussy, asshole, cunt.
Now it's time for the final preparations. We all come together and begin talking about what we need to fix. These decisions change nothing about the story, so once again they are pretty much useless. We tell Ciri to wait inside the main hall, Which makes sense. She is the one that the Wild Hunt is coming to get. She protests this because she doesn't want to sit and wait while others risk their lives for her.
Listen to me this once. Don't take matters into your own hands.
Don't treat me like a child.
Don't treat me like a child, Okay, Ciri. How about this? Once we are all dead, which is inevitable, you can fight the Wild Hunt all you'd like by yourself. Let us play the what if game. What if the hunt managed to knock you out or freeze you with magic? What if a stray arrow cripples you? What if they could somehow, I don't know, instantly teleport to you somehow and take you prisoner? There are so many ways that having you in the fray could go wrong. And you are the MacGuffin, if you will. If the hunt gets you, then everything is over. I have no doubt that you can fight, but save it for after the rest of us are dead. We finish our preparations and the battle begins. Geralt, Lambert, and Letho head out into the forest to meet the Wild Hunt. Okay, first off, you don't do that. You have a castle that protects you on all sides, and you leave it so that you can be surrounded on all sides? Do I have to get into the tactical benefits of a castle? Whatever, man. Castles are just for decoration more than anything else. Oh, but they're going to ambush the Wild Hunt. You know, element of surprise. Except it's an ambush with 3 people, and a surprise only lasts for a few seconds before your enemy surrounds you and cuts your head off of its stump. Meanwhile, Yennefer is creating some kind of magical barrier around the place. So Geralt and company are not only leaving the safety of the castle walls, but are also exposing themselves to possible magical attacks. If they stayed at the castle, then Yen could make the barrier smaller, and possibly use less energy. Oh, what's this? It seems Ciri has decided not to stay in the keep.
You were meant to wait inside!
I must confront them, or I want to fight too. These are really the options?
I cannot hide forever. I must face them.
Back inside now!
No! Geralt gave the signal from the woods and Triss hasn't cast the spell.
Damn it! Alright, run to her.
What? Why don't you do it, Vesemir? Oh no, is that a Wild Hunt soldier on the walls of the keep? How did he get here? They're teleporting onto the walls? If they can do that, why bother teleporting into the forest at all? What is the point of Yen's magical barrier if it can't stop portals? Holy shit! That guy just teleported behind Ciri and almost killed her. Did he do that intentionally? He didn't even stop to get his bearings, so I assume he did it on purpose. If he can do that, then why are these walls not already covered in these guys? You should definitely go back to the keep now. One dude was enough to almost kill your ass. We cut back to Geralt and get to see just how shit the Wild Hunt is at fighting. And also the uselessness of their armor. I bet you assholes wish you were behind a castle wall right about now, huh? I will say that I find their back-to-back teamwork kind of neat. Gotta wonder what Letho's back looks like right about now, though.
Geralt!
Head back.
Oh, there's Letho. What a miracle he was under the corpse when that blast hit. Or at least I assume he was. We ride back to the castle with fire raining down around us. And I gotta ask, why didn't Triss do this right off the bat? She had time to prepare the spell before they started attacking, so why not have the Witchers protect her on the wall while she dropped fire into the forest? Was it so that Ciri would be forced to come out and help? I'm betting that it was so Ciri would be forced to come out and help. We get back and Vesemir tells us to go and close the gate. We should have started with the gate closed and us inside the castle, but I've already said that. And I'll probably say it again. The Wild Hunt are now teleporting all over the courtyard. We get to the gate control and close it. But what's this? It looks like Lambert is in trouble. Well, we just threw enough steaks out the window to feed dozens of homeless people. How the hell can Kreia lift 5 fucking guys off the ground without breaking a sweat? Why didn't she do that back at Avalok's cave? In fact, why hasn't she been doing this the entire fight? Put her on the front wall and have her kill the guys finna break in.
Yennefer's strength is waning!
Are you serious? At this rate, we'll be dead in like 10 minutes. We go through one of the archways and Vesemir uses a balistade to crumble it behind us. Hey Vesemir, maybe you're just too fucking old and stupid to notice, but these Wild Hunt niggas got portals. And all that bolt probably did was bring down the property value. Uh-oh, but what's this? Now it looks like Eskel is in trouble. Well, that's gonna be a few broken ribs, isn't it?
See, I can do it too.
Oh, you go, girl. So no broken ribs, huh? Not a single one. So after some more fighting, we are tasked with defending the gate to the inner courtyard. We kill some more of the hunt, but Yen finally passes out, which causes everyone but Vesemir and Ciri to become frozen. Geralt stands frozen and defenseless, so the hunt come into the courtyard and kill him where he stands. They walked past him! Oh my... They walked past... The man who has killed dozens of their comrades now stands defenseless in front of them, and they walk past him. Let me guess. There is some special rule that prevents them from killing frozen people. Or maybe it's like Predator, where if you cover yourself in ice, they can't see you. A true masterpiece. A 10 out of 10 game. What an amazing story! Where the plot armor is so thick, your enemy won't even kill you when you are directly in their path. I laugh to hide my pain. Why not instead have Geralt be blown back against the wall? That way it would have at least made sense that they didn't kill him. So the Wild Hunt comes in and Vesemir tries to run away with Ciri. To where? I have no idea, but the Wild Hunt comes in and pretty much kicked their asses. It's a good thing that the king of the Wild Hunt can't teleport instantly like Triss or Yen, cause this would be over real quick. So the bulking dude has Vesemir, Ciri is in a daze, and everyone else is probably frozen. What was that thing you said to a mirror, Geralt?
Can't agree to that.
Uh-huh. And what about Croc?
Can't risk your men's lives. Kaer Morhen. We fight them there, nowhere else.
I'm glad I get to make the choices.
Now it's time to finish the job. Goodbye, Archibald.
Why are you doing this?
Because my master told me to. King Dragon sends his regards.
Oh, fuck this. Fuck this. Let's negotiate.
No thanks. King Dragon sends...
Where is Prince Horus?
I don't know. King Dragon... It's a good thing I always carried 2 guns.
Okay.
Run! She'll not abandon you.
That's the king of the Wild Hunt? He looks like a smarmy goth kid.
You always were an unruly child. I adored that about you. Now fly!
So this is the big sad moment, right? Vesemir dies and I'm supposed to feel bad or something, yeah? Well, let me tell you how I felt the very first time I saw this. I was annoyed more than anything, but now I'm just mildly amused. What was that thing you said earlier, Vesemir?
We plan to fight them. We five? In a crumbling castle.
Do we have a choice, besides delaying the inevitable?
You actually thought that we could fight off the army of the Wild Hunt in this rundown castle. You didn't even look for alternatives. No one did. Everyone just accepted that we were going to fight an army here. Of all places. Did you know that the longest siege in history lasted like 30 fucking years? I've had defecations that lasted longer than the siege of Khar Morhen. The people who made this game desperately wanted to have a battle at Khar Morhen, despite how little sense it made. They provided no option to choose an alternative, and they give the most half-assed excuses for why we couldn't have done it somewhere better. Tell me, which is better, fighting an army with an army in a city filled with civilians, or fighting in the wilderness with 16 people? One of those options ends with everyone dead. Go ahead and guess which one I mean. That is why I feel nothing for Vesemir when watching him get his neck snapped. The stakes for this entire fight rely on people making stupid-ass decisions, and not once does anyone seriously question them. This is nothing more than the inevitable outcome for your retarded strategy. So good job, Vesemir, you stupid fucking faggot. Well, Eskel is now deaf, on top of having broken ribs. So I have given it some thought, and I am, at least in concept, okay with Ciri's God in the Machine moment. It's explained at one point that she doesn't have total control of her power, and having an emotional trauma like the death of a loved one can cause something like this to make sense. I find it kind of funny that a woman's emotional reaction is what gives her ultimate power, though. And I'm not going to explain why. My problem with the whole scene is the execution and the build-up. At this point, it is now clear why all of these characters made their stupid decisions. The battle had to be at Khar Morhen so that there would be no chance of victory. Geralt had to run into the forest so Ciri would have to leave the keep and save Triss. Ciri and Vesemir had to be the only ones to survive the freezing so that Vesemir would get killed. And Ciri had to be in the perfect state of confusion and grief in order to go nuclear. At least that is what it looks like is happening. The way that I would have made this make sense is by having everyone here unaware that the hunt would find Ciri. We start off by having Geralt and Yen travel to the Isle of Mists, only to find an unconscious Ciri. Yen teleports them back to Khar Morhen, and when Ciri wakes up, she tells them that the hunt will soon find them. This gives us only a brief time to prepare, and then the hunt comes and quickly makes their way to the inner courtyard. Vesemir is killed and Ciri goes nuts. You get your emotional payoff and Ciri's powers are unleashed with a logical progression behind it. So what happens now? Well, we have to burn Vesemir's body. The game does this thing where it wants us to feel sad and shows us around Kaer Morhen while playing sad music. If the events leading up to this made sense, I might feel what they want. But I am just frustrated with the whole thing. We say our goodbyes to everyone that helped, and then we talk with Avallac'h about what to do next. The short version of this conversation is that Yen wants to get the lodge together in order to help fight the Wild Hunt. But Ciri is sick of not being involved.
Will you help me?
Of course. Even got an idea where you could start.
Damn it! Again you planned without even asking what I think. I've had enough of this. I won't be taken somewhere like a bundle. I will not sit and twiddle my thumbs. I am sick of waiting, sick of hiding.
You're right, or gotta protect you. Here's my response. Shut the fuck up. You nearly died once and almost got captured. Everyone here has literally hundreds of years on you. They have been in wars, magical battles, and fought all manner of man and monster. Your primary talent is spontaneous magical outbursts. Stop yelling like a spoiled brat and understand that your closest friends are doing their damnedest to try and protect you.
You're right. Prove today you can take care of yourself.
The hell she can.
We must let her resolve her grief on her own. Then we should start training as soon as possible. She must learn to control her abilities.
This training really necessary?
Why are you a fucking idiot, Geralt?
You saw what happened. She could be a greater threat than the hunt.
You're right, Yen, but fuck you too, just because. The witches head to Novigrad while we stay behind for a while longer.
It's not working, don't you see?
Discouraged after a mere 8 attempts? Ciri.
How many times must I try?
Until you get it fucking right. Whatever it is.
But I'm not getting anywhere.
Well, I've heard that giving up is the quickest way to success.
We shall return to this later.
Didn't make it far first time out on the gauntlet either.
Geralt, please, not now. By comparison, the gauntlet was a walk in the park. But that's not the point.
What is?
Avallac'h says nothing will come of this until I stop thinking about the battle. But at the moment, I find it impossible to fill my head with kittens and vanilla pudding. Tell me, how do you do it?
What?
Always manage to pull yourself together. Focus. No matter what's happening.
So here we are given two choices. If you pick option 2, Geralt and Ciri have a snowball fight. If you pick option 1, Ciri ends up dead and you get the bad ending. Quite the contrast, huh? Okay, time to explain this shit. For the rest of the game, you are given a number of binary choices in conversations with Ciri. If you choose enough bad ones, she dies and you get the bad ending. The problem is that most of the choices are incredibly misleading and even downright arbitrary. I am going to go through each one and explain why either decision can be reasoned as good or bad. This is the first time you see this, and it looks like just another run-of-the-mill nonsense choice, right? The game is full of these dialogue choices that do not actually matter, which will condition most players into not even considering these options. This one here makes probably the least amount of sense, because it is so devoid of context that it may as well be a coin toss.
Toss a coin!
No, fuck you. Anyway, we have our little snowball fight and Ciri is all cheered up. The next thing that happens is that Ciri wants to go to Velen to the Witch's Sabbath, because the guy who killed Vesemir is going to be there. And here we get another choice. We can either go straight to Velen or take Ciri to Emhyr on the way. This will affect the different endings you can have. I chose the Visit the Emperor option for this playthrough, but I will talk about the different endings when we get to it. We go to Emhyr and are shown another of the Ciri lives or dies options. This is probably the most logical of the live or die options. If you were to accept, Ciri feels as though she was just a contract to be collected.
Are you sure? Never again would you need to stalk monsters while wading through sewage.
I'm sure.
I understand. Honor prevents you from accepting coin. In that case, a stallion, a thoroughbred Nilfgaardian, awaits you in the stables. Treat it as an expression of my gratitude.
Damn it, I know I said that Emir wasn't much of a character, but I just love this guy. He's so fucking cool. I just wish Geralt wasn't an asshole toward him. We let Ciri and Emir talk while we wait in the main hall.
White Wolf, good to see you.
Greetings, General.
You had no trouble crossing the Pontar, I trust.
None.
I take it you crossed via the ford near Banglin. It's fortunate you did not choose to ride through Rind, a troubled region still. Radovid seeks to breach the front in the west. But he'll not succeed. Not before the princess becomes empress and we bring order to the area.
Of course.
While we're on the subject, how is our future ruler? Must admit I'm curious how she'll react when she hears the throne will be hers. I venture to say she'll be delighted.
You never know.
Yes, of course, she is tactful, not one to celebrate an offer not yet made. But this is not the kind of offer one refuses.
Indeed.
Hey Geralt, you see this? This is General Voris carrying the conversation.
Give birth to such stories. The prodigal daughter of the most powerful ruler in the continent's history returns on the eve of his final triumph to embrace her inheritance. Simpletons adore such stories as they do the princesses, ever beautiful and delicate while the...
Geralt, we're leaving.
So nice to see you, my lady.
Likewise. Time we were on our way.
A shame you can't stay. I hope to continue this on another occasion.
That makes one of us.
What a bitch! You know, I gotta wonder, does this monarchy really need to be hereditary? I feel like there would be a lot of people who are better suited to rule. Anyway, we make our way to Velen and up the mountains.
We've no time to lose. I'll tend to Imlerith, you take the crones.
What?
No chance. I'm going after Imlerith.
Now hold on. Why the hell are we splitting up? Why are you sending this big-headed buffoon to fight 3 high-level witches? You should both be fighting Imlerith. The big bastard barely broke a sweat at Kaer Morhen, and that was after fighting in the woods, breaking through a hole in a big old portcullis, and then manhandling a master witcher like it was nothing. And you're sending Ciri to fight the 3 crones? Geralt wouldn't even fight them himself when he had the chance earlier. What did he say to the Baron again?
Venturing into the swamp, even with armed men, is just a bad idea. It's a dangerous place inherently, and I think those crones are a greater threat than anyone realizes.
Apparently not if we're just going to have Ciri fight them. All by herself. You do realize that because you didn't fight them when you first met, the Baron's wife ends up dead or the orphans end up eaten.
Fine, let's play for it. Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh yeah, we're probably going to our deaths. We're fighting powerful enemies, but look how cute we are together. Fuck you. So Ciri goes and kills the crones like it's nothing. Look at her. She's not even short of breath. One of them escapes and takes Ciri's amulet. Meanwhile, Geralt fights Imlerith. Hang on, did he just teleport? If he can do that, then why did he waste so much time hitting the gate at Kaer Morhen? He could have just teleported to the lever and flipped it back. Or turned the wheel thingy. However the gate works. Whatever, the writers didn't give a shit, so why should I? Good to see that armor is still fucking useless.
Who taught you to fight like this?
The Witcher you slew.
What the hell? Why are you still holding him? When you have your hands wrapped around someone's neck and they blast fire in your face, wouldn't you do something to stop it? It's like 5 whole seconds of this, dude, come on. Okay, if the fire was hot enough to melt his face, he absolutely would have dropped Geralt immediately. Damn, that was actually a pretty brutal kill.
We did it.
Barely.
Like I said, the two of you fucks should have stuck together.
The third fled. With Vesemir's medallion. My sole memento.
We were lucky? Yeah, no shit.
I knew we'd succeed. From the start.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. You can do any stupid shit, make any stupid tactical decision, and you will succeed. Because there are barely any stakes holding up your tent.
Now to find Eredin and kill him.
I'm certain that finding him will be the only difficult part.
For your thoughts?
Wondering what to tell Yennefer when we get to Novigrad.
Tell her to stay the fuck out of my business and my life. You know what? Screw it, we're jumping ahead. We get to Novigrad and I go to see Avallac'h. He has a plan to reduce the Wild Hunt's reinforcements. That involves teleporting to the Wild Hunt's kingdom and talking to a dude that has political power or something. I'm sure it makes sense or whatever, I just don't care enough about it at this point. We travel across multiple worlds, times, and universes. We eventually get a neat little scene where Avallac'h explains how Geralt ended up with amnesia outside of Kaer Morhen in the first game.
Many times, but I don't remember a thing.
Ciri came for you. She sensed you were in danger, tore you from the Hunt's grasp, then deposited you in the woods near Kaer Morhen.
Did Eredin start hunting her because of that? Because of me? Why didn't she say anything?
What would it have changed?
Well, I mean, it would have been nice to know, have the whole story and such.
Alas, this awaits us all, though at differing stages of our existence.
So calm when you say that.
Eredin succumbed to his knowledge of the apocalypse. Fear rules him now. I'll not commit the same error.
So, Eredin wants Ciri's power to learn how to stop the White Frost? I'm just guessing that's what Avallac'h is saying. But it's pretty much the only motivation for Eredin to get Ciri. Aside from just having power, I guess. Anyway, we make it to the place and talk to the guy and get him to have a dream with us. Hey look, you can use the Dream Lady a second time. We see a vision of Eredin poisoning the last king, and the guy says that he will withhold Eredin's reinforcements. Next up, we have to help Ciri repay some people for helping or impeding her. First, she wants to go and kill Whoreson Jr. Since we already killed him, we find that Duty has assumed his identity and taken the business in a more legitimate direction. Now, if you don't kill Whoreson, this mission will have you find him in an alley, harassed by children and living in filth. Ciri considers this a just punishment and leaves him in the alley. Personally, I would have liked the option to show mercy and forgiveness. You know, show yourself the bigger person and help a downtrodden criminal in hopes of reforming him. But nah, mercy is for the weak, my dudes. Next, we go to a friend of Ciri's, but she's in some trouble. Oh look, 2 options that are basically the fucking same. Dialogue options. Anyway, we scare him off and give the chick money or some shit. Then we go to some carnies and pay them back as well. Ciri and Geralt sit by a fire in their camp and talk about girls.
Worked out nicely, don't you think?
What are you talking about?
You and Triss. Never expected it, to be honest.
Life's full of surprises.
So, how did the two of you...
End up together? With Yen, it was fight after fight. Lots of arguments, drama. Not saying it was bad, but...
Geralt, you're in fucking denial. Yen treats you like shit and doesn't respect you. Stop simping for her. It was bad. Anyway, a short while later, a carny approaches and mentions that they could use some more help. They need horses, but the guy that they want to buy them from is not a fan of carnies, and has refused to extend his service to them. The carny wants us to help steal the horses from the stable, and Ciri proclaims, "Of course!" Hey kids, it's time for a lesson in ethics. Stealing is bad, okay? First off, why don't we go buy the horses for the carnies? Hey look, there is an option for that. Corduroy Face here says that the merchant specifically won't sell if the carnies are the ones getting the horses. Do we have to tell him? For all we know, I'm just a witcher in need of horses. Or we could get Dandelion to buy them for us. So many options, and yet so few options. Secondly, the merchant has no obligation to sell his property to anyone. Oh, what's that? He's a bigot? I don't give a fuck. You will not convince me that theft is justified because the merchant is unwilling to trade with you. Do you think that once his horses are stolen, the merchant will have a change of perspective? No! If anything, you will be proving him right. What makes this so much worse is that the game is trying to pass this off as the correct action. Ciri agrees to it immediately, and then we are given the option to agree or refuse. If we refuse, this asshole actually attacks us, and once we kick his carny ass, Ciri gets mad at us for defending ourselves, which makes this another choice that will eventually lead to her death.
Doesn't seem like the best idea.
Geralt, stop fussing. We'll not strip the merchant bare.
Well, that totally justifies it now, doesn't it? I'm beginning to really turn against Ciri.
None of this concerns us.
This does concern me. These are my friends.
They'll manage on their own.
If Ciri wishes to ride with us, she should. She's not your property.
Motherfucker! The horses are not your property! Don't fucking shrug at me, Ciri. This faggot did not make a good point.
I won't let her risk her neck for thieves.
What is this? Have you gone mad? We were to revel, not to punch each other to a pulp.
Had a falling out with Ciri's companion.
Ciri, much as I hate to say it, I think it's time the two of you left.
I know. The magic's gone. Sorry. I'm going down to the riverside. Want to take a walk, be alone for a bit.
Sorry for that.
You've no need to apologize for acting according to your nature.
Fuck you, Cirilla. What a horrible thing to say to Geralt. I chose the right thing. You will not make me feel bad for it. If this were some type of satire, then maybe it would work, but that is absolutely not the intention. Fuck it. We're moving past this now and doing Yennefer's quest. So Yennefer needs our help to rescue one of the Lodge Witches out of jail. Geralt makes his way there through underground passages, and then uses a magical thingy to alert Yen to his location. We find her witch friend along with Skelligae the Tanzerville, an antagonist from the second game. Both are in bad shape, but Skelligae is much worse. We need a key to open the cell, so Geralt goes out and kills all of the guards, and then gets the key from the warden. If it is this easy to raid a prison, then why did we go through all that shit with Dandelion? Skelligae wants us to kill her and end her suffering. Now, when it comes to torture victims, I imagine most of them would wish for death. But even though she tried to kill me, I did spare her life, so in a way this is my fault. Given that this is a world where we can use magic to heal people, we should at least try to help her, right? Nope! If you don't kill her, Yen will. And thus ends another of the amazing decision carryovers from the second game. I am disappointed.
I can't pass through the portal with you both. You'll need to get out on your own.
Why don't you take her, come back, and then take me? Are you running low on mana from constantly reading my mind, or are you really just that lazy? Anyway, next up is Triss's quest. She needs our help to find Philippa Eilhart. We track her to Dijkstra's bathhouse, where she has managed to cause some trouble. You see, Zoltan's pet owl was really Philippa in disguise, and another mage had put a special chain around her leg or something, which kept her from being able to transform. The mage was arrested for being a mage, and the owl was sold at an auction. Zoltan bought it and then lost it in a card game with Dijkstra. It's kind of a coincidence, but I'm willing to let it slide. Having Philippa be stuck as an owl is a good way to sideline her until now. Anyway, someone took off the chain that was keeping her an owl, and now she's wrecking the place. I don't know why she hasn't teleported out of here yet. She clearly has no trouble using magic right now. She then mind controls some of Dijkstra's men to fight for her. After all, Geralt can mind control people with Axi-Hex, and Philippa is clearly more powerful than him. We eventually catch up with her and convince her to help us. Dijkstra wants to kick her ass, but we convince him to let her go by telling him about Ciri. I find it strange that he would know that I was working for Emhyr, but not about Ciri. After all, most of Emhyr's court knows at this point. Dijkstra also mentions that the plan to kill Radovid has been scrapped. Philippa says that she is willing to be the bait to trap Radovid.
You didn't actually believe you could do it. Radovid's crazy, but he's no idiot. Knows all too well there are dozens out there who'd...
Silence. Do I understand you correctly? You want to kill Radovid? Well, Siggy, I am impressed. Doubted you still had it in you, frankly. Sadly, as you well know, Radovid has sought refuge on his boat. He's guarded so closely, I'd not be at all surprised to learn he shares his bed each night with 2 sentries.
You know too much, Phil. Yet one more reason why you must die.
Think you might want to hear her out. Dare say Philippa despises Radovid at least as much as you do.
I'm content someone apart from myself has finally gotten the idea to rid the world of the degenerate.
Save your praise for others. I couldn't give a shit.
Currently, only 2 individuals stand to draw Radovid off his boat. Emhyr and myself.
You'd agree to be the bait?
I fear you'd be hard-pressed to convince Emhyr to dangle himself as such.
Fat fucking chance. Geralt, I wouldn't trust this cunt to hard-boil my eggs.
Neither do I, especially after she tried to kill me with a dragon. But she has a point here. Dijkstra is not having it, but he decides to continue the plan with at least Geralt's help. We go to a warehouse and make a plot with the guys. We leave the warehouse, but Philippa confronts us.
Philippa? What the hell are you doing here?
Geralt, don't ask questions you know the answers to. It makes you look stupid. Eavesdropping on your conversation, naturally, with a good deal of interest and a measure of wonder.
Mind telling me what you found puzzling?
Your naivety. Do you honestly believe Radovid will fall for such a crude ruse?
Might be tough to trick, but I think I'll manage.
I hope you take a more serious approach to confronting the Wild Hunt.
Philippa. The Wild Hunt walked right past me as an ice sculpture and didn't even bother to so much as fart in my face. They are a joke. And the stakes for our fight with them are loose at best. Anyway, Philippa gives us a ring that will convince Radovid that we know her location. We take it to him, and he decides to follow us to her location. He then says something that I find interesting.
All witnesses. Damian, Duke, Egbert, Freak, Caspar. You shall stay here, secure the rear, and kill the Witcher.
This how you reward those who serve you?
It is how I punish those who irritate me. You know too much. You impede me too often. And I find your arrogance an annoyance. I've had men killed for less.
You see, Geralt, if you had been more respectful towards these crazy kings and emperors, then maybe you wouldn't be in this situation. The soldiers get ready to execute us, but they take too long and wind up getting killed by the blue stripes. We chase Radovid down the alley, and then Philippa shows up and kills him. From clever schemer to vengeful idiot. Farewell, Radovid. You were a disappointment. After all of that, we get together with the plotters for a celebration, but Dijkstra has a surprising announcement.
Geralt, what Tala told you, put it out of your mind. There will be no truce with Nilfgaard. Redania, under my enlightened rule, will fight on until it wins. And when it does, it will unite all the North, including Temeria.
What? How? This is not what we planned and agreed.
True. Instead, we insisted on one realm's questionable sovereignty, and to recover it, we gave Emir virtually all the North's other kingdoms. It was not a wise arrangement. So, no deal.
You two-faced horseman. I will not allow this.
Actually, you, Roach, should be the first to understand I've no choice.
Why the hell would I understand?
Because you too are a patriot. Geralt, this doesn't concern you. You may go. Fare thee well on your path, or whatnot.
I actually find it insulting that this is even a choice. You can't even try to save Shile, but you can let Roach, Vess, and Taller die? If you choose to walk away, then Dijkstra will lead the North to victory and drive out the southern invaders. If you stay and fight, then Temeria will become a vassal state under Nilfgaard. Although I like Dijkstra, I like each of the others more. That, and I myself am a Temerian patriot. Now that we are done with plots and assassinations, we return to the witches to get their input. Okay, so now it's time to talk about the Lodge of Sorceresses. I do not trust these cunts. They have a penchant for plotting and scheming, and they like to exert control over the northern kingdoms whenever they feel it is justified. They are in part responsible for a number of assassinations, the invasion from the south, and the distrust and persecution of mages throughout the north. I say all of this because of what happens next in the story. This is another point where you are presented with two choices that may or may not lead to Ciri's death. If you let her go alone, which is something that is ill-advised given the history of the Lodge, she will live. Going with her means that she dies. Ciri is neither very old nor all that wise. The Lodge could easily manipulate her with only a short conversation. Having Geralt, or hell, even Yennefer present is not only advisable, it should almost be required. I once read a comment that said having Ciri go in alone is a way for her to build up confidence. Honestly, it is much better to confide in someone who cares about you in this situation. I would have thought that Geralt of all people would know the difference between running with wolves and playing with snakes. Ciri does not strike me as being overly bright. Philippa, on the other hand, is smart enough to plot assassinations and take control of freaking dragons. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't dragons really intelligent in the world of The Witcher? Saskia seemed to have a good head on her.
Rita won't hurt her, but Philippa, she can be ruthless.
Ciri's been in tougher situations and come out of them all right.
True. We managed to instill some principles.
Principles, huh? I'm gonna take a guess and say that don't steal shit wasn't one of those principles. Yen takes a peek at the conversation and says that Ciri seems to be doing quite well. Which, why wouldn't she? Doing the thing that makes the least sense has worked out pretty well for her so far. Once she's done with her conversation, she comes out and says that she doesn't want to discuss it presently, even though it's almost a guarantee that they want her to join the lodge. For now, we move on to Skelligae once again. When we arrive, we have more busy work to do. We help Ermion with something, get the Sunstone, and collect a mage from Emir. Emir is currently preparing to invade the Isles. I find the timing to be kind of convenient, but not as convenient as Emir bringing the mage with him. She must have been in prison long before this raid began, and for some reason she was brought along? Did they plan to use her during the attack somehow? I honestly feel like you could have left the Empire out of this section entirely. Their role could have easily been filled by Croc's army. Plus, I don't know why Emir came on this trip. He's on his way to becoming Emperor of the North and he decides to join an invasion on some islands? Maybe he just really likes invading places. Anyway, after the busy work is done, Ciri tells us that Avallac'h has a laboratory somewhere on the Isles. She is suspicious of him, even though earlier she seemed to suggest that she had the utmost of faith in him, but whatever. We go to his lab and find a picture thing that shows the lineage of people with the Elder Blood. Apparently, Avallac'h was trying to find a way to create a pure elven Elder Blood person. There is also some chick that talks smack to Ciri. I'm guessing that she's like Avallac'h's pincushion or something. I also gotta wonder why Avallac'h didn't teleport here after taking Ciri to the Isle of Mists. He has someone here to take care of him, and probably some equipment to help with removing curses as well. Or, leastways, better equipment than one would find on the shores of Hindersfjall, or Crow's Perch. Not to mention that his lab is just north of the place we go to find Ciri. Seems like an obvious choice, really. Anyway, Ciri is upset because of what Snooty said, and admits that she wants to level the place.
If he hates me so deeply, why didn't he tell me to my face?
Ciri, you didn't actually believe her, did you? She's personally involved in the matter, that's clear.
What of it? If they despise me so, they should leave me be.
Ciri.
What? Do you fear I'll level this place like I did Kaer Morhen? Shame I can't do that at will, because I'd really like to now.
So let me get this straight. Some smarmy elven chick said something mean, so now you want to break Avallac'h's stuff? We currently have no context for this situation. For all we know, that chick is just a jealous girlfriend. We don't know why Avallac'h is doing his research, and we haven't even confronted him about it. He could be doing it genuinely to help Ciri. He has already risked his life for her, and he has devoted much of his time to training her. I don't think he is a bad guy. So my response to Ciri would naturally be to calm down. But here's the thing, that would be the wrong choice. If you tell her to calm down, that is one point toward her death. The correct option is to let her smash stuff like a fucking child having a happy tantrum. The correct option for these live or die choices is usually to just let Ciri have her way. Do any of the writers have kids? My honest approach to this would be to train her to keep her emotions in check, to tell her the truth even when it hurts, and to be a good and moral person. The game tells me that I should forgo these lessons and instead let the impulses take control. This is why I cannot take Ciri's story seriously. Her life or death is dependent upon these timed choices, and it is much easier to argue in favor of the choices that lead to her death. Anyway, after breaking Avallac'h's stuff and having a laugh about it, we go to Hindersfjall and find and bury Skjall. This is one choice where I can actually see why not going with her would be a bad thing that leads to her death. So we bury the poor sod and then head back to our ship. We could begin the final fight now, but there is one more conversation to have with Yennefer.
Yen, can we talk?
Why? So you can ask me if we can remain friends despite all?
No, I mean...
Come now, Geralt. I know you. Well enough to know exactly what's going on with you and Triss. Now, I cannot say I'm not tempted to... intervene, but... I believe I'll let it lie this time.
This time? What does that mean? I don't think it is wrong of me to presume that Yennefer still wants Geralt, and that she may even try to play the homewrecker when the time comes.
How about that? You came here to fumble your way through an explanation, yet instead of enjoying the show, I went and did your job for you.
Seems so.
Fuck you, Geralt. And Yennefer, go fuck yourself. I am going to harp on this one last time. You treat Geralt like shit. You treat the people around you like shit. You are overwhelmingly selfish to the point where you save the easy shit until after you have caused everyone else to be heavily inconvenienced. I hope I never see you again. And if you try to slither your way between Geralt and Triss, I hope I get the option to stab you in the face. Let's get this over with. We use the Sunstone to summon the Wild Hunt. The witches use their magic to keep them from retreating or something. Geralt ends up frozen again, so Ciri has to teleport in and kill a bunch of them, and does so with ease. She then fights the mage responsible for the freezing and ends up breaking his staff. This causes Geralt to unfreeze, but Ciri teleports away because of injuries. Geralt then fights the mage and ends up killing him, but not before the mage teleports Geralt several meters underwater. Okay, let's go through the problems with this. First off, all of those sorcerers are keeping the Wild Hunt from retreating, yes? Then why would Geralt travel into the Wild Hunt's location? If no one is stopping the Wild Hunt from casting their freezing spell, this would make Geralt and company easy targets for freezing and then killing. Everyone should know that freezing is a possibility due to what happened at Kaer Morhen, and yet no one is doing anything to prevent it. Why doesn't Yen do her pole thingy again? You know that your enemy has this freezing tactic and you do nothing to prevent it. My guess is that they did this so that once again Ciri would have to intervene. You see, most everyone agreed that Ciri should stay out of the battle, for reasons that should be obvious given what we know about Ciri. She protests and gets salty because she wants to fight. If you really want a scenario where Ciri has to teleport in to save Geralt, don't make everyone else look stupid in the process. Secondly, why does the mage not teleport away when Ciri arrives? He does it at Kaer Morhen, but not here for some reason. He can teleport during and after the fight, so why does he expose himself like this with no one to support him? He is also the one keeping the frost spell going, so again, why expose yourself like this? And finally, there is the fact that he can teleport people by touching them. Why did he not use this at Kaer Morhen? It is an incredibly useful skill. He could have grabbed Ciri and teleported her somewhere advantageous. Or he could have teleported to Yen while she was doing her staff thing and killed her. Anyway, we swim to the surface and see Ciri lying on some ice. She stumbles to her feet and then teleports away. Meanwhile, the Skelligans have joined the battle. We run to the Wild Hunt ship and arrive just in time to watch Croc get the axe. This disappoints me because I actually like Croc. Oh well. Now it's time for the big boss battle. Hey, look at that. He can pull you through a teleport that he creates. Too bad he decided not to use that when he had his hands on Ciri. Anyway, this battle is pretty underwhelming. There is nothing you do here that you wouldn't do with most enemies. Maybe he could have teleported us to a cooler location or something? Anyway, we slice his throat and then he tells us something. Because having a throat is not necessary for speaking, apparently. And that is the end of Eredin, King of the Wild Hunt. What a fucking letdown. This game is called The Wild Hunt. It should have been called The Scavenger Hunt. The Wild Hunt was barely in this game. Furthermore, the main villain has less time here than his shade did in the first game. And on top of all that, I know more about Eredin's compadres than I do him. I barely know his motivations, his plans, his philosophy, or really anything. The most I could probably say is that he wants power. Let us compare with the Grandmaster from the first Witcher game. Jacques de Aldersberg is a man who has seen into the future. He has witnessed the White Frost and the devastation it will bring. How do I know this? Well, because he tells me. Aldersberg believes that in order to prevent the certain extinction of humanity, drastic measures must be taken. He must take control of the Order of the Flaming Rose and use their established influence to make everyone prepare for the coming apocalypse. He uses the stolen secrets of the Witchers to create mutants that will do his bidding and facilitate the protection of mankind. He tells you all of this because he wants to convince you. He wants you to understand. He even goes as far as to teleport you into a vision of the future, so that you can see the effects of the White Frost firsthand. He fully believes that his evil actions are justified because of this. Why exactly does Eredin want Ciri? Avallac'h says that he wants power, and that he fears the White Frost. That is all we get. I don't know how Eredin intends to use this power. I don't know if he intends to do anything about the White Frost. I don't know his motivations. Does he seek glory, or does he want to protect his people? The reason I am harping on this is because the Wild Hunt has been a looming threat ever since the first game, and they are easily the least interesting villains in the series. Even Letho had a well-detailed explanation for why he did what he did. Now maybe some of you out there would point me to the book, and tell me that Eredin's motivations are explained better there. And yes, you would be right, but it's not in this game, so it doesn't count. Actually, you know what, let me explain briefly Eredin's story in the books. You see, the plan was to have the king before him mate with Ciri so that they could have an elven elder blood child. The problem was that the previous king was becoming increasingly apathetic toward his position, and he was so disgusted by humans in general that he could not get it up for Ciri. This caused Avallac'h and Eredin to devise a plan to give the former king an aphrodisiac. Eredin, however, had grown tired of the king's apathy toward his people, so he decided to give the king an overdose of the aphrodisiac, thus killing him. This is actually a more interesting backstory than what we are given in the game. You could actually argue that Eredin is sort of doing the right thing here to help his people, because as I said, the former king had been growing apathetic toward his position. Having Eredin explain why he did this, and making it so that he did it because he wanted to stop the White Frost, would have made it much more interesting. But none of that is in the game, so as I said, it doesn't count. And that is actually a big part of the problem I have with this game. You are almost required to read the book in order to understand a lot of the things going on here. I don't recall it being that necessary in the first or the second game. Maybe to a small extent, but not to the point where I don't even know what's going on at times. But now that I have covered that, it is time to move on to the actual finale. Yennefer teleports us away from the ship, and we see that something is going on at the ruined tower over yonder. So Avallac'h has opened the portal between worlds, which is causing all manner of monster to appear, and fireballs to fall from the sky. We make our way to the tower, but it is surrounded by a shield of some kind. Yennefer helps us through, but can't get through herself. We make our way to the tower and confront Avallac'h.
Where's Ciri?
Nearby. Listen.
Shut up. I've heard enough of your bullshit. Draw your weapon. Let's get this over with. Think I'm willing to spare you?
I think you will not attack one unarmed.
Wouldn't be so sure. I'm in a foul mood.
I am not your foe. I am merely helping Cirilla.
I don't believe you. Can't. Not after all that's happened.
Will you believe me? Avallac'h speaks the truth. I asked him to help me open the tower, because I aim to enter it.
Didn't think it worthwhile to tell me? Warn me of your plans?
I'm sorry, I know, I should have. But I feared you'd not understand.
Feels like I'm talking to Yennefer. Leave with me, please.
I will go. Once I emerge from the tower. If I emerge.
Why the hell would you do this? The Wild Hunt's been defeated.
The White Frost has not. The prophecies are true. I have seen worlds bound in ice. I know what awaits you. Only the Elder Blood can stop the White Frost. Only I can stop it.
Do these choices lead to different outcomes or just different dialogue?
You don't have to make this sacrifice.
You're wrong. The White Frost is inevitable. It will come to freeze the worlds one after the other, eradicating all life. Only I can stop the destruction. I've given it much thought and made my decision.
There's gotta be another way.
What can you know about saving the world, silly? You're but a witcher.
Excuse me? I imagine this is meant to be endearing or something, but what the fuck do you know about saving the world? Is this routine for you? Geralt has been instrumental in saving significant parts of the world several times, killing the Grand Master, revealing assassination plots, and overthrowing maniacal dictators are the clearest examples. I'm sure he could imagine ways in which to save the world, if he had to do so. From what I know about you, your best skills are running and hiding. So, fuck off, Ciri.
This is my story, not yours. You must let me finish telling it.
Ciri, you have barely done anything this entire game. Geralt was the one who found Uma and removed his curse. He was the one who hunted you down and prepared for your arrival at Kaer Morhen. He was the one who killed all the high-ranking members of the Wild Hunt, including their king. He was the one that did all the legwork after we left Kaer Morhen. She couldn't even finish off all 3 witches, and all of your work was not even half finished when I got to it. And now you're telling me that it's not Geralt's story? Let me try to be fair. Maybe she is referring specifically to the White Frost, but her phrasing is so poor if that is the case. A better way to say it would be, "You have done enough. It is time for my story to begin." Because this is the only thing she can do that is more significant than everything Geralt has accomplished. None of these options make a difference. She will go through the portal regardless. So good luck, I guess.
Perhaps I should have told you. I see now you might have understood.
The only thing I understand is that you won't listen to anyone, and will succeed by doing whatever the fuck you want. But right now, I'm gonna tell you what I think, regardless of that fact. First off, why the fuck are you doing this now? Last time we saw you, you were stumbling around on an ice block. You have barely mastered your full potential, and most importantly, doing this thing right now has put the lives of everyone who cares about you in jeopardy. There are hundreds of fireballs and monsters falling from the sky. You should have waited until we were all far away on the mainland to do this, when you had a better grasp of your powers and were at full energy. Doing this right after the battle, while there are injured and tired people everywhere, is such a cunt move. Yes, you, Ciri, are a cunt for doing things like this. Furthermore, I don't understand this whole traveling forward in time thing. Can you travel anywhere in time? If the White Frost is just an ice age or something, can't you just adjust the weather right now and cancel it out somehow? Maybe if the White Frost was actually explained as a magical entity or a world eater like Galactus from Marvel. But again, I don't really know anything about this White Frost, aside from that it's cold and it destroys the world. I'm going to be frank here, the White Frost should have had its own game. The Witcher 4, The White Frost. That would have been an awesome title for one, and you could have made a whole game about learning how to destroy it. You could have even made it an impending threat throughout the game, or even given it a personality or something. I personally feel like this ending was tacked on, and that it was a wasted opportunity for a sequel. But I should move on now. Ciri goes into the portal, and depending on your choices with her, she will either die or live. The death option results in Geralt hunting down the last crone and killing it in order to retrieve the medallion it took from Ciri. I'm not sure how this would in any way bring closure, because the medallion was actually Vesemir's. It has no significance in relation to Ciri outside of the fact that she valued it. But maybe he just thought that retrieving it would set her spirit at ease or something. In either case, I find it humorous that this is yet another example of Geralt finishing Ciri's work. There is also the implication that Geralt dies in this ending as well, because mourning Ciri means that you should put yourself in a certain death situation for some reason. You would still have Triss, or God forbid, Yennefer. You could still find happiness even if Ciri is dead. But nah, if Ciri dies, Geralt has to as well. Now for the good endings. Both of these rely on you picking the right option in the arbitrary choices, as well as whether or not you take Ciri to see Emhyr in Vizima. If you take her to see Emhyr, you get the ending where she ends up as the Empress of Nilfgaard. For a time, I considered this to be the better ending, because I figured that Ciri could do more good for the world in this position. But after analyzing her asinine behavior and disrespectful attitude, I don't think she should ever be in a position of power. Now, if you didn't take her to Emhyr, you get the other good ending. This ending has Geralt lie to Emhyr about Ciri's death.
How did it happen?
The White Cold. You're familiar with the prophecy? Ciri tried to stop it. She did, but paid the ultimate price.
Where is the body?
I doubt it'll ever be found.
Who else knows?
Avallac'h, Elven Sage. But I doubt you'll find him either.
And Yennefer?
She's decided to stay in the north. Provided you don't object.
I don't. And you?
That's none of your business. Not anymore.
So, Geralt, let me point something out to you. The Emperor here hired you to rescue his daughter and bring her to him. Not only did you never do the latter in this ending, but you are currently telling him that you failed to protect her as well. You are lucky that he doesn't take your head for this, and now you are telling him that what you do is none of his business. The correct way to phrase this would be, "With respect, your majesty, that is no longer any of your business," or something to that effect.
Did Cirilla say... Did she ask you to convey anything?
You weren't a good father. Ciri saw you as a threat. Even if she'd asked me to tell you something, I doubt you'd have liked to hear those words.
I find this option to be very unfair to Emhyr. For one thing, Geralt was the one who invoked the Law of Surprise, which meant that Emhyr would have to give up the chance to be a good father. Second, getting this ending means that Geralt never gave Emhyr the opportunity to smooth things over with Cirilla. Plus, for all we know, Geralt is making this up, which means that he could be passing judgment while also withholding Emhyr's chance at redemption, which is a real shitty thing to do if that is the case. Honestly, I really think that Emhyr is upset by everything Geralt told him, as if he truly regrets not getting his daughter back. Anyway, Geralt travels to White Orchard and meets up with Ciri. He presents her with a silver sword all her own, and she presumably spends her days on the path, plying the Witcher trade. Which is dumb. First off, she has none of the Witcher mutagens, which means that she will be less effective at tracking, unable to drink potions, and will lack the reflexes of a Witcher. Maybe she could use magic to defeat them, but that is only one of a Witcher's skills. She would just be a sort of freelance monster hunter as opposed to a Witcheress. And finally, do you really think that Emhyr won't find out about this? This is especially bad if you killed Radovid, because that means that Emhyr controls the north. His spies and soldiers would be present across the northern kingdoms, and a female Witcher with ashen hair would eventually be in their reports. Some of them probably even saw her in person during the fight with the Wild Hunt. So what do you think Emhyr will do when he finds out that Geralt lied to him? I imagine that by the time he was done, Geralt wouldn't even be able to say his smarmy shit anymore. This is why I consider taking Ciri to Emhyr to be the definitive ending, even though I don't think she would make a good ruler. It makes more sense than the other option. So, that is virtually the entire story, and I kind of hate it. There is a lot of good in it, don't get me wrong, but the bad is piled up right along with it. And good things can easily be brought down when surrounded by shit. Magic in the game is the biggest offender. Powers are used arbitrarily and often ignored when they could be most useful. The main characters are often stupid or selfish, to the point where I don't even want to spend time with some of them. I have been explicit with what I think of Ciri and Yen, but Geralt is his own brand of frustrating. His unprompted sarcasm and occasional rude behavior, especially in regards to Nilfgaardians, make it hard for me to see him as likable. Plus he does a lot of simping for Yen, and Ciri needs to learn some empathy. I also find it odd how he is supposed to be stripped of emotion, but very clearly expresses emotion throughout the game. This is especially noticeable when he interacts with Ciri, laughing, looking sad or concerned, looking longingly at Yen or Triss. I understand that he might have some of these to make him more relatable, but it should have been toned back more if we are going for the idea of an emotionless killing machine. I think that there was a good story outline here, but the execution was a mess. My quickly cobbled together solution would be to first take out Uma, then make the Wild Hunt a more present threat. We start off by going to the village in Velen, and instead of arriving after the hunt, we get there while they are still raiding. We have a fight with Eredin and we end up losing, and he exposes some things that give him more personality. We are then rescued by the Baron and his men, while the hunt leaves out of caution more than anything else. The Baron questions us about the hunt, and we tell him about Ciri. He doesn't know anything about her, but offers up help in exchange for finding his family. Things play out mostly the same, but we have had an interaction with the hunt, and lose the convenience of Ciri and Uma with the Baron. Next, we go to Novigrad. A number of things would change here, including the removal of Dream Lady and the Dopplers as a concept. Other things would move around here and there, but the important bit would be that an attack by the Wild Hunt leaves the city in panic. It would show just how determined and powerful the hunt is, while once again adding an opportunity for character development. Next is Skelligae. I would change almost all of this. Instead of Yen being a Hellraiser, we spend the time here tracking down the Jinn in order to wish for Ciri. We would also increase the length, add something with the hunt, and in the end we would find an unconscious Ciri, whom Yen decides to teleport to Kaer Morhen. The hunt knows where we went and tracks us there, which causes the battle that the writers so desperately want. We could even keep the stuff with Letho and Kreia because them being there was somewhat unrelated to the battle in the first place. Anyway, things pretty much go the same, except now Geralt doesn't have the chance to have the battle anywhere else, so Vesemir's death is more impactful. Ciri goes nuts and the Wild Hunt retreats. Then we are given the option to call on either Emhyr or Radovid to help us defeat the hunt once and for all. The ensuing battle is between all three factions, making for a spectacular conclusion. We also leave out the tacked on White Frost segment and save it for the next game. Of course, none of this will ever happen now, especially since people seem to think that it is wonderful as it is now. It is better to write one's own stories than to try and fix what is fixed. That's a homonym, by the way. Now that I am done with the story, it is time to move on to the art and gameplay. It will be quicker going through these as I have fewer problems with them, but there are, however, still noteworthy issues. This section will cover the art of the game. This includes both the visual and auditory aspects. Let's start at the very beginning, the main menu. Now there are actually 3 menus for the game. One for the base game, and one for each of the DLCs if they are installed. I actually quite like the DLC menus. They both have good music and good backgrounds. The base game, however, is kind of boring. It's basically Geralt sitting on the side of a cliff or something. The background is not as interesting as the other two, just rock and mountain. It's only a minor complaint, but the real issue is with the UI. In fact, the UI in the game is really bland as well. It's just boring rectangles for everything. For comparison, the UI from the first game is like a plaque that feels as though you could find it on a wall somewhere in the game world. The wolf medallion is imposing and grabs your attention right away. not to mention the atmosphere. The menu music for the third game is fine, but the first game has a menu that surpasses probably every game I have played, maybe even Halo 1. Music is perfect for the setting and makes me think of European folk music or something. Not to mention the foreboding background image. Everything is still except for a few birds moving around. I could gush over this menu for a good while before I even realized what I was doing. The DLC menus come closer to this than the base game, but they still have the boring rectangles that drag it way down. The same problem persists for the in-game menu. In the first and second game, the menu felt as though it was part of the game world. It is far more immersive looking at this and this compared to just black on black. The menu functions just fine, but it's not in any way interesting to be looking at it. What's strange about this is that they had a better looking menu at the E3 demo back in 2014. It has this nice reddish background and Geralt is holding this cool battle stance. I understand some of the layout changes, but why would you go from this cool looking menu to just boring black? Moving into the game, the opening cinematic is fantastic, and the art for the loading scene transitions is pretty good. One of my only complaints with the terrain is that things can get a bit samey. Things in Velen are pretty much the same around Novigrad. Skelligae is just a lot of pines and rock. For comparison, a game like Skyrim has bogs, crags, tundras, deciduous and coniferous forests, mountains, and grasslands. The area around the Pontar has a couple of mountains and farmland, and a lot of short birch trees. There is also the bog, but I personally think that the bog area should have been much thicker. It looks a lot like everywhere else, but a bit darker and wetter. I think it could have benefited from having large and clustered trees that cast a shadow over the whole place. Kind of like Flotsam in the second game. It would have made the place more foreboding. One last nitpick I have is that walking over grass makes it fall over, but you can run through tree branches. Just a small thing, but I remember Crysis having both, and that game was years before this one. Anyway, on to the architecture. I think a lot of the buildings look a bit generic, but there are a few standouts. Khar Troll looks great, and Khar Morhen is almost perfect. The buildings on Skelligae have a sort of Norse look about them, which distinguishes them from the rest of the homes on the mainland. A lot of the ruins blend together for me. There is rarely anything distinct about them. The same goes for caves. They are usually pretty straightforward and just lead to a boss at the end. Compare again with Skyrim, where the caves often had enemies or monsters that had a unique story to them. Like a coven of vampires looking for a way to cure themselves, or some bandits that are harboring foreign assassins. I just like it when there's a story in every location. It keeps things interesting. I also like the houses in the first game better. It has more to do with what was in them rather than the look. In the first game, it felt like everyone was nearly destitute. They barely had food or furniture, and farmers usually slept on the floor. In the third game, everyone looks to be well off, even though they are in the midst of a war. They have food and knickknacks lying around. I feel like these peasants are living high compared to the prior games. Aside from those small details, everything looks great. Cities, walls, windmills, lighthouses, castles are pretty good. Next up are the models and animations. The character models in this game look fantastic. You can tell almost any of the main cast at a distance, and they all have clean and smooth geometry. There is a problem with repeating models for side characters. It gets to the point where you could swear you've seen this Michael Cera looking motherfucker at least a dozen times. Adding only a few more models for side quests and stuff would have made a big difference. Another huge problem I have is with the characters from previous games. Every single character, without exception, de-ages throughout the games. In the first game, Triss looks like she's mid to late 40s. In the second game, she's around 30. And in this one, I don't know if she could even rent a car in America. Seriously, when she hugs Ciri at Khar Morhen, I was like, am I banging Ciri's sister? This is also really obvious with Taller. He goes from a grumpy old dude in the first game to a 30-something longtime friend. I know why they did this. It's because young and beautiful is more marketable. I personally prefer the models from the previous games. Everyone looks more in line with the setting. Dirty, dark, and worn. In the third game, you would think that everyone has a daily shower and uses conditioner with their shampoo. Anyway, on the animations. I am really impressed with the facial animations. You can tell quickly the emotions of a person just by watching how their mouth and eyes shift around, even when it doesn't make sense. The movement animations during conversations and cutscenes can be a bit awkward, however. A lot of the motions are just repeated over and over again. People shrug and nod their head the same ways in every conversation, and it looks kind of robotic sometimes. Overall, though, it looks fantastic all throughout the game. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the sex scenes. They're shit. I remember reading a headline that was about all the many hours of sex scenes that are in this game. Truth be told, there are only a few minutes of sex scenes at most. The animations are repeated for every courtesan, prostitute, and romance option, with the one exception of Yennefer on the unicorn. You get the same ass and tit shot for each lay, and the scenes are over before even the most virile person can get to half-mast. I absolutely prefer the romance cards from the first game. Each one was unique, and getting most of them was a challenge in and of itself. I would even go so far as to say that they were more tasteful. Now for the sound. Outside of the blowing of the wind and the crackling of the forest, I never paid much attention to the sound effects. There is one scene where you first meet the Baron and he starts dancing with a servant lady. She drops her broom and it doesn't make any sound. That's the only complaint I have, and it may as well be nothing. Maybe the crowds could have been louder? The sound of your footsteps in mud, the craftsmen working on their bench. These sound great. Yeah, I pretty much have nothing. It all sounds pretty good. The voice acting is some of the best I have ever heard. I never once questioned how a line sounded. I never thought to myself that I was listening to a voice actor. The one problem I do have is Ciri. She sounds like an adult more so than Triss. She talks with such confidence that I never really felt like she was actually struggling. She doesn't strike me as a young girl. She has a lot of confidence in her actions, which kind of makes sense considering how well she succeeds when the odds are against her. But I think she could have benefited from having more of a vulnerable vocal pattern. Sounding more scared or confused would have triggered my protective instincts more effectively. I also have to say that the voice acting for the loading screens is fucking abysmal.
On Hindersfell, Geralt and Yen learned that Ciri had returned to the Isles. She'd rejoined her friend, the masked mage. They had boarded a boat and sailed off in an unknown direction. The boat had returned, one passenger on board, a creature as mindless as it was hideous. One of Skelligae's Jarls captured the poor beast, then sold it to a merchant from Novigrad.
It's meant to be an older version of Dandelion, but the voice actor just sounds bored for the whole thing. What was wrong with young Dandelion? In the second game, his exposition was almost enthralling. He had an inflection that kept your attention, and you got the impression that he was enjoying the privilege of telling the tale.
Life can't be easy for anyone who's unlucky enough to be labeled a regicide. That goes triple for someone like Geralt. Could his luck get any worse? I've known the Witcher for a long time, and I'm sure that kings, courts, and politics concern him about as much as last year's snow. But hey, life doesn't always dole out what we expect, right? Sometimes it even forces us to associate with unsavory characters like Vernon Roach. No, I'm not making any excuses, and yes, I had my reasons. The Witcher spent most of the way to Flotsam talking to someone. Long into the evening, as water lapped against the boat's side, Triss told him forgotten stories of his unexpected child and his toxic relationship with a sorceress named Yennefer. Stories of a life stolen from him. Am I boring you? Don't set this tale aside. Give me just a few minutes more, for someone special's about to appear in dire straits upon a scaffold.
Old Dandelion sounds like he just woke up from a nap. He has a monotone delivery that makes me want to rub sandpaper on cement just to drown out his boringness. The music. it's pretty good. I prefer the Boatman track on Skelligae for ambience, and the Silver for Monsters track for combat. I feel like a lot of the tracks are a bit samey, however. Like, I am hearing the same song a bit too often. My gold standard for music variety is probably Halo 1. You have the war drums, the alien technology, the horror strings, the haunting vocals, the tragic piano. I guess if Geralt ever goes to space, they will add those things. I think that is everything. Really not much to complain about, honestly. Overall, it's just fantastic. But we haven't gotten to the gameplay, now have we? To start off, we are going to go over the skill tree and XP system. The way this works is every time you kill an enemy or complete a quest, you get XP. The amount of XP you gain is based on your level relative to the level of the quest or monster. The higher your current level, the more XP you will need in order to level up. In truth, it's more like segments. Up to level 10, it's 2000 XP per level. At level 20, it's 3000 and so on, or something close to that anyway. Every level grants you 1 point that you can spend in one of 4 skill trees. Each tree consists of specialized perks that improve one of your active or passive skills. And each perk has between 2 to 5 stages, but I would say on average 5. In order to activate one of these perks, however, you need to equip them in your active perk slots bar on the side. You can only have a max number of 12 active perks at a time. Here is where the trouble begins. There are 20 perks in each tree, which means that there are 100 perks in total, each with multiple stages. And you can only use 12. What the fuck? But wait, it gets worse. In order to unlock the better perks, you need to unlock a set number of perks from that same tree. Which means that if you want the good stuff, you are going to have to fully commit to that specific tree. But that's okay, after all, there is no level cap. Oh. On top of that, it took me 2 playthroughs to even reach level 100. And my first playthrough ended around level 30. The second one was on New Game Plus, by the way. I imagine they did this to keep the players from getting too powerful or something, but there are much better ways of doing that. They could have lowered the effectiveness of the perks, or replaced low-level enemies with stronger enemies as your level increased. That is what the first game did, and it worked out just fine. When playing the game with these restrictions in place, it feels like an arbitrary box has been put around you by the game makers. In an open-world RPG, you have all this space and all these quests, but once you have 12 perks, you're basically done. You find the best combination and stick with it forever. Now, you can buy a respec potion at a set vendor, which costs 1,000 gold. I will get to the money later, but for now just know that 1,000 gold is by no means a small amount at early levels. Or possibly even later levels given the exchange rate. Anyway, because respecking costs so much, and because you will only ever be able to use 12 perks at a time, the only reason to try out other perks is for the novelty. You will always want to pick the most useful perks unless you are experimenting. This is why it is so baffling that they put in a level cap. If you were going to limit the number of usable perks to 12, then why did you bother stopping us at level 100? Give or take about 50 shrines. Why not give us the ability to unlock all of the perks, so that we could experiment freely with our 12 slots? We wouldn't need a respec potion if that were the case. Here is a better way to do it. Instead of having the perks be locked off until previous perks are chosen, increase the number of perk points per level, and have later tiers locked until a level requirement is reached. This way, the player would be forced to experiment with all of the lowest tier perks first, and have a better understanding of which tree they would like to expand. The first Witcher game did something similar to this. Each level up gave you around 3 talents. In earlier levels, you would only get bronze talents, then silver, and eventually gold. By the time you reached gold, you would have had nearly all of the bronze perks selected, and you would have a good idea of what you wanted next. Another alternative would be the Skyrim approach. Whenever you use a skill, you get points toward its skill tree. This way, leveling would be tied to your playstyle rather than a crapshoot. Everyone has their own way of playing games. Maybe someone wouldn't like being super powerful in an RPG. I would argue that having players set their own restrictions in a game is far better than constraining them by limiting options. But that's a whole other discussion that I might get into one day. For now, we will move on to the application of the skill trees and their perks, starting with the sword tree. The first thing to know is that swordplay has a feature called adrenaline. Adrenaline increases as you land blows, and the more of it you have, the more damage you will inflict on enemies. Now that we know that, let's talk about heavy and fast attacks. These are your basic attacks, and are what you will be using in fights most of the time. Their perks are mostly an increase in damage and critical chance, with their respective special moves being the exception. The fast attack allows for quicker blows with lower damage, and the strong attack has a wind-up that leaves you exposed, but deals greater damage. The special move for fast attack is a flurry of blows that damages everyone around you, while the special heavy move has you charge a hit that does massive damage. Both of these special moves take stamina, which is also tied to your magic and sprint. Now for all of the problems with this system. First off, your fast attack is far more efficient than the heavy attack. The fast attack in this example is doing around 2700 damage per hit, while the heavy attack is doing about 4300. Because the fast attack is quicker, you can do about the same amount of damage, if not more, with less risk when you do the fast attack. I have both my sword technique perks fully selected here, and my adrenaline is currently full. On top of the damage, the special attack for the heavy technique is largely only useful when fighting a single stunned opponent. The damage is dependent on the amount of stamina used, and the windup leaves you open for too long to be consistently useful. The special for the fast attack, on the other hand, is useful against groups and single opponents. It is activated simply by holding the fast attack button, and nearly stuns everyone hit by it. For these reasons, I do not ever see the need to use the heavy attack. There is little if any advantage compared to the fast attack. Now, you could argue that the heavy attack is better against armor, but in my playthroughs I have found that a fast attack has never been significantly hampered by armored opponents, especially considering what you get in the defense perk tree. The defense perks are mostly just okay. You have arrow deflection, which is fun for screwing with archers, but I rarely encounter them, so it's not viable to keep it selected. There's a perk that reduces damage you take when dodging, which is useless considering the fact that sidestepping is a thing. Counterattack makes attacks against a well-timed block do more damage. And then there is Deadly Precision, which gives your attacks a maximum of 6% of killing an opponent instantly. This perk makes all others almost useless as far as I'm concerned. With this perk, you can kill the strongest opponents if you just hit them enough, or sometimes, based on the laws of probability, barely at all. If you are looking to be efficient, then this perk is you at maximum efficiency. This and other reasons are why the leveling system is stupid. You have the mother of all perks here, but you can only get it if you invest in the sword tree. This means that by the time you reach it, most of your purchased perks will be in the tree that is the basic combat system. And you already know that you can only use 12 perks, so by the time you get this perk, you might as well stick with this tree. Moving on to the marksmanship tree, you will find things that might be useful if the crossbow wasn't absolute shit. The highest level crossbow I could ever find was around level 30. Meaning that when you reach higher levels, it will do virtually no damage to opponents. It can be useful for killing underwater opponents and grounding flying enemies, but that's about it. What I found particularly annoying about it is the fact that they have an achievement for killing 50 human enemies with a critical headshot. All this does is highlight to everyone the uselessness of the thing. You have to whittle down your enemy's health and hope that the bolt somehow lands in the right spot. I spent a long time getting this achievement because headshots are not consistent. Sometimes it lands, usually it doesn't. Why did they bother with this feature if it barely does anything? It doesn't even really stun enemies that often. It's more of a liability than it's worth. Anyway, the last perk list is called Battle Trance. It affects your adrenaline points. The only really useful one is Undying, because it saves you from death if you have adrenaline points available. It's actually really easy to get adrenaline points without using this tree, so you can pretty much skip it. Now we get to talk about magic, and how useless it is, of course. First, we have Igni, a fire blast that can occasionally set people on fire. It's mostly a knockback spell with a twist. It also has an alternate mode that blows a stream of flames at an enemy. It can work as a distraction, but doesn't do nearly as much damage as hitting your enemy. For this example, I have set my level to 25, and have activated 3 of the 4 Igni perks. I am also using the starting weapons with no perks. I go to fight this bear, which has a weakness to Igni. Let's see what happens. You can see that I am doing around 100 damage with my Igni spell, plus some burning damage. Using Igni also drains my stamina bar, while my sword is able to be used consecutively. And again, I am using no perks for my starting swords, and am fighting an enemy with a weakness to fire. Why the hell would I ever use Igni if the swords are this useful by comparison? And again, I can only have 12 perks active at the maximum, which means that Igni is essentially a waste of perk points. Next up is Ard. All this does is knock back your enemies. You can add a perk that does damage, but again, swords do more damage. And you would have to invest like 30 perk points to add damage to the Ard. It is not at all worth it compared to the swords. Yrden is kind of useful. It slows enemies and is almost required against wraiths. But it works just fine for what you need at base level, and is not as useful as swords. Quen is actually amazing. It gives you a shield that absorbs all damage from one hit, even without any perks. I use it as a proverbial acrobat's net for my mistakes. I really like it because it can save you from a bullshit death. Like if an enemy charges from outside your vision, or if an arrow comes your way. There is also an alternative mode that creates a bubble around you that restores health when damaged. Still not as useful as a sword though. And finally, Axii. This skill has a function both in and out of combat. In conversation, you can use it to mind control people. I have already been over how inconsistent this is, but I would also like to mention the method. When Geralt hexes someone, he waves his hand and produces a triangle that hits the target in the face. The second game handled this much better. When you hex someone in that game, Geralt would subtly flick his fingers, and his eyes would flash. In the third game, Geralt waves for everyone to see, and can command whole groups of soldiers. Not to mention, its use is very arbitrary. You can hex this guy to follow you to a destination, but you can't hex this guy to tell you about Dandelion. There is also no explanation as to the rules. I thought it was like Fag Wars where it only worked on morons, but Geralt uses it on this temple guy that is well-spoken and clever enough to hide his vices from people. As for combat, you can use it to stun people, or even get them to fight for you. Still not as useful as a sword. And now we get to potions, oils, and bombs. These can actually be pretty useful, especially if you upgrade your physical alchemy equipment items to max level. Potions give you various positive effects when used. When you drink a potion, you gain toxicity for a time. If your toxicity gets to 100, you die. The perk tree for potions gives you extra effects when you drink one. Some healing, a longer time until it wears off, and a chance of activating 2 potions for the price of 1. Still not as powerful as swords. Oils help you do more damage against a specific enemy type, and its tree helps you do more damage against them. I think they should have added a box that showed recommended oils during a fight. That way I wouldn't have to scour my inventory every time I wanted to use an oil. Next up is decoctions. These are like special potions that you get by harvesting mutagens from special enemies. I find most of them to not be worth using, especially since they shoot your toxicity up to 70% or something. It's more useful to use your toxicity for normal potions. Bombs. Bombs are fun. My personal favorite is the freeze bomb, because you can get free hits in when you use it. The silver shard bomb is quite useful as well, you know, for vampires. The transparent pricks. The perk tree gives you more bombs and more damage. Bombs. And now for the final skill tree. These are just general skills that do odds and ends to improve your abilities. The only one I really use is Gourmet. This lets you regenerate health for 20 minutes by eating a bowl of butter, or a Black Forest cake. Speaking of health, it's time we moved on from the skill tree and talked about damage input and output. It's pretty basic, really. Want to kill something? Hit it until it dies. If you get hit in succession, you will lose health until you die. I only have 2 issues with the health in this game. The first being the insane amount of fall damage you take. Geralt must have arteries in his cuticles because this is ridiculous. What's weird about it is that there are no game-breaking locations to which you can fall. Again, it's just an arbitrary addition I don't understand. The other problem I have is the difficulty options. The only difference between Death March and Easy is health and damage. At that point, you may as well just add a slider for those 2 things and let the player choose the ratios. I remember in the second game that there were actually changes to the gameplay, as well as the health. On Easy, you could damage a shield enemy even if he was defending, while on Normal, their shield would work as one would expect. It's just one thing, but it's something at least. So, what about monsters? Well, they are pretty much just fine. You have some good variety, and each of the monsters typically have unique moves that you need to learn if you are going to defeat them. Some of them are clones, like the Harpy and Erenia, and some of them copy moves, specifically flying enemies. I'd say this is fine though, because they are different enough that you will use varied tactics against them. My biggest complaints lie with sentient enemies, foglets, and sirens. Humans are one of the easiest enemies in the game. Their attacks are predictable and repetitive. The same can be said of elves or the Wild Hunt. These enemies should have had the most varied movesets, because sentient beings should be able to adapt to combat situations more effectively. I'm not asking for much, just a few more moves than the basic swing and running at me with your chest exposed. I also don't like how Geralt can slice people in half, or stab them through steel armor. I'm fine with beheadings and defeatings, but please don't make armor look useless. As for the foglets, I just hate any enemies that turn invulnerable or invisible. It just prolongs the fight and forces me to wait for the fuckers to come out and die. It pisses me off in every game that has it. The sirens are more of a disappointment than anything else. It would have been cool if they actually sang to you through a fog or something, but they're basically just flying shapeshifters that can swim and try to break your boat. Speaking of breaking things, let's talk about weapons, armor, and crafting. Most of the weapons and armor that you will use in this game are found in crates and on corpses. The level of these items correlates to your character level, and each piece will usually have between 1 and 3 benefits. Stuff like extra bleeding damage and a boost to critical hits. You can also add runes that increase the power even further. My one complaint about all of this would be that the armor looks goofy at times. I liked how in the first and second games that you could only wear armor that was suited to a Witcher, but in this one you can wear a breastplate with steel gloves and boots. It always just looks odd to me. Now, as for the repair function, I don't really see the point in having it. You could try and argue that it's immersive, but its implementation would say otherwise. The way you repair equipment is either by using a repair kit or taking your things to a craftsman and having them fix it for you. You simply drag, drop, and hit OK, and your stuff is as good as new. If this function did not exist, I don't think anyone would notice. It never crossed my mind in the previous games. and it's just another arbitrary speed bump that need not exist, due to its minute implementation. Now for the money. When you do bounties or search chests, you can usually collect a couple different types of currency. The only one you can actually use, however, is crowns. But you can exchange the others at Vivaldi's bank in Novigrad. This is a pretty neat world-building detail. Instead of having a uniform currency, the value of money changes based on the current kingdom in power. Unfortunately, once again it comes down to implementation. You can use money to purchase items at various stores, as well as use it to repair items or for some unique quests. The problem is that the exchange rate is one of the worst I have ever seen in a video game. Remember earlier when I mentioned that respec potion? Well, buying it costs 1,000 gold. Selling it back, however, will only get you around 150 gold. That is an insane 80% drop in value, which you cannot refund unless you reload a save. This persists for all of the items in the game. The items you collect are sellable for so little, and things are so expensive that you need to carefully consider every time you want to buy something. On top of that, there are some items that cannot be found in looted boxes, but are required for specific crafting recipes. The best example I can use is the alcohol needed for potions. It costs so much to collect these things, and you will barely have any money left over for anything else. Worse still, there is no haggling option or barter skill that can help you. What you see is what you pay. Honestly, Geralt should just give up witchering and become a merchant. With the money he would make, he could just buy the future, and give the White Frost an eviction notice. And finally, crafting. It's pretty much just fine. The way it works is you collect materials from the world and then bring them to a craftsman who can make it, provided you have the diagram. You can either buy diagrams or collect them from looting. I would say that it's not often worth it though. The stuff you can craft becomes obsolete pretty quick, and the higher level equipment will require you to purchase pricey products. You are better off spending your money on leveling up your potions, because those are far more useful over time. Let's see, did I miss anything? Oh yeah, Gwent. I don't really know anything about card games, so I couldn't tell you how good it is as a feature. The one thing that does bother me is the spies, and I don't mean their function. I mean their images. Stefan Skellen makes sense because he was a spy that was caught and killed, but having active spies like Dijkstra and Thaler as cards should be a clear sign that your cover is blown. People all around know what you look like because they play a card game with your face on it. I know I'm probably not supposed to question it, but it's a problem for internal consistency nonetheless. I also don't like collecting all of them, but that's just me. I don't like having to collect things like trading cards. I'd rather just buy them outright. Personally, I prefer a nice quick game of dice. And that covers most of the gameplay. I don't think it's bad, but it's not spectacular either. My biggest gripe is with the leveling system and the economy. But I can just circumvent these with console commands, which honestly has made me enjoy the game more than doing things normally. Which brings us to the conclusion. Overall, I think the game is just okay. There are a lot of good stories within the game, and there are parts of the main story that I really like. But it just gets so retarded after you cure Avallac'h, and some of the main characters are fucking insufferable. The game looks and sounds great. Most of my complaints in that department are personal preference stuff. And the gameplay is just okay. There are some good qualities here and there, and I can't say that I really hate any part of it, but most of it is just pretty basic stuff. Maybe that's part of why people think it's good. Ease of access. Anyway, I think the game is certainly above average, but it is not at all a masterpiece. And it's a long way from being the greatest of all time. I think that is part of why I made this video. Putting this game as the golden standard is actually lowering the bar for good video games. However, there is one last thing I need to mention. This game has 2 story DLCs, The Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine. I played through both of these multiple times, and I am confident in saying that these are some of, if not the best DLCs in existence. The stories and characters for these editions are leagues ahead of the base game, to the point where some of them are my favorite characters in any video game. I don't know how we went from these shitheels to the peak of charm and depth, but I'm impressed. I would absolutely recommend you buy this game just because of the DLC. The claim that they are the size of a normal game is only a small exaggeration. There is a good amount of things to do and see. The Blood and Wine DLC in particular is where I prefer to spend most of my time in-game, as opposed to Novigrad or Skelligae. It is such a beautiful landscape that I get more immersed here than any other location in the game. And on top of all of that, it will barely cost you anything. You can buy the game and the DLC together for around $20 on a Steam sale, which is more than worth it even with the problems I mentioned. Which brings us to CD Projekt Red themselves. In a world where we have to endure the absolutely insufferable bullshit of EA, Ubisoft, and Bethesda, CD Projekt Red is like an oasis in a desert. The developers of the Witcher games seem like good people, intent on providing quality experiences, as opposed to gouging players with microcurrency. No paid mods, no loot boxes, and no skins. Excellent customer service and frequent sales that are tilted in the buyer's favor. CDPR is another reason I would recommend you buy this game. There has not been community support like this since the days of Bungie Halo, in my opinion. I hope that this continues for years to come. I have heard some disparaging news of turnover at CDPR, and I have no idea what is going on with Cyberpunk. It has been years, and I don't think they have released a single piece of actual gameplay footage without the "not representative of actual gameplay" stamp. You know what? I am going to do something I have never done. I am going to pre-buy this game and give CD Projekt Red a chance. I want them to make really good games, and I want to believe that they will. I don't buy into hype like I used to, thanks to 343, but maybe this will be good. However, I will be very critical when I play this game. You are going to have to exceed my expectations, because video games have become anticipated disappointments for me in recent years, along with every other form of media. But this is the end for now. Hopefully I will come up with something like this again in the future. Before I go, I want to give a brief shout out to xLatalis for his Witcher clips. His channel covers all the different decisions you can make in the game and has been really helpful to me in making this video and doing the research on it. Other than that, I'm done for now, so thanks for your time.
Geralt, I wanted to talk to you about the future. About us.
Triss.
I'm not jealous. I'd just like to know where we are.
Can't this wait? I have this job. Client's getting impatient.
Please think about it, Geralt. We needn't talk. A symbolic gift would do. Say a ring?
Couldn't you just read my mind?
I could, but I don't want to. If you give me a ring, I'll treat it as a pledge. If you don't, I'll try to understand.
Liking Toussaint so far?
The landscape's lovely and the towns are charming, no question about that.
But
But the southern sun plays havoc with my wardrobe. To be blunt, wear black down here and you're pretty damn hot.
Might need to think about changing your color palette. Off-white and pea green, for instance.
And I'll wear scents distilled from turnips and daisies. I think I shall simply stay in the shade, and you'll bring me cool drinks, at regular intervals.
Bring you whatever you want.
Goodbye, terrible women.